Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. I did not even do a sound check. What is even wrong with me? That's fine. Uh, it's fine. I realized I was like, oh yeah, I didn't do a sound check. That's fine. Um, which means I should probably no. I think we'll be fine. Did we? No. Yes. Wait.
Fine.
I'm opening up our closed captions. Great. Um, would just as a test, would one of you say something for me?
Banana.
Do 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 do.
Nice, nice, nice. Uh, I'm going to have to do it like this, I think, because we have the option for closed captions, which is you can see it's on Twitch for you, so you should be able to see them on Twitch if you like. And
I can, in fact, see captions when I look at Twitch. So,
yay! And I'm going to turn up y'all's volume because I want y'all to be loud and exciting. Hello, everyone. Welcome in to it's Foxhole Fridays, Tales from the Foxhole, and we are doing something that might involve a lot of death. It is unclear. We'll see. We'll see. We are playing Tunnels and Trolls. This is part of a bit of a thing where I've been decided I wanted to play a bunch of games that came out between 1974 and 1984 and see what they're all about, some of which I've played before, but back before there was electricity, some of which I have. Look, they wouldn't have wheels back then. There was no electricity. It was a whole different time.
everything was in black and white.
It's true. I think it was more sepia. It was a whole
Yeah,
thing.
okay.
It's like a super
The
old.
sepia era. I forget that transition happened.
It was just like a Wizard of Oz. It was all sort of kind of vaguely sepia, and then boom, color. And I was really excited to run Tunnels and Trolls as a group because of the mechanics of it. It was the second published RPG after Dungeons and Dragons, and it was part of a company that had some really important women who were working in the company in the 1970s doing art and editing and writing. And this was the first main core book that had a woman as a co-writer for its fifth edition. And I thought, here's this cool game that's been around for a really, really long time. They just recently had and by emote only should not be on. Wait, but is it on? Is emote only on? What? Why? Here, let me just hit undo because that should definitely undo all the things. If there was emote on, all the things should be undone. So we should be only not emote only chat, right? Are we still? Why? How do I unemote? Can I just say
I think
unemote?
if you go to the little gear setting.
I just did.
It has been
Thank you.
unemoted.
Ah,
Ta-da!
Be free.
Thank you. Be free. Be free, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I don't know why that happened, but it did. You all were talking earlier. Thank you. Words! Yay! And so I really wanted to run this game because it was, after all, one of these really important games with this really cool woman, Liz Danforth, who was there way back in the 70s, really, really early. And I thought, I've been thinking a lot about the discussions that have been happening on Twitter, about some stuff, RPG-related stuff. And I thought, why don't we actually just play some games that show some of the diversity of our gaming history? And I thought this would be a great one for a number of things, which I suppose you might all pick up, y'all audience members, together when we actually run into it. But I thought to myself, who do I want to play in a super deadly old school RPG that still requires like narrative excitement? Yeah. And I have those people. And I want to introduce each one of them because they're wonderful. And we're going to go in alphabetical order because why wouldn't we? And I want to start off with April Raygun, who I know from a lot of different places, actually, but we got to hang out when I was in Atlanta, and we got to see some very cool theater.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it was really wonderful. She's great. Also, and I'm going to say this, no, this is really important. You appreciated my 1990s Eurodance mix playlist, and so I thank you for that.
It was a good playlist. What can I say?
people sometimes mock the Eurodance, right? But introduce yourself.
Hi, hello, I'm April. You can find me all over the internet as April Raygun. I do TTRPG stuff and things. And this is Edelyn. She's being a pain right now, so say hello.
And aren't you involved with Slady's ATL?
Yes, I'm in Slady's ATL Gehenna Gaming. I'm on a lot of stuff. I'm really bad at time by myself. There's already so many other cool people here.
Okay, hold on a second. So you are a diversity advisor for Gehenna Gaming, which is pretty cool. You're a co-founder, right, of Slady's ATL, which is also super cool.
Thank you.
You've got great hair, and you appreciate 90s Euro disco. And you're a great RPer. So, like, if you're not going to talk about yourself, I'm going to talk about you. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'm all those things. Go follow me.
Yes. Next up, of course, is my favorite Sam Elliott impersonator. Or maybe Sam Elliott is a Grimjack impersonator. That's perhaps unclear to me. We should talk about that. Grimjack!
Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be back on Academic Foxhole for Foxhole Fridays. It is the best, will always be the best, and will forever be in my heart as a great place to hang out on a Friday. I'm looking forward to playing with this group. Death, yes. Role playing, I'm assured of it. And death. So let's do it. Let's have fun. And Foxhole Fridays, we're back. Let's have fun.
I just feel like nobody's gonna die now. This is all I'm saying. I just feel like no one's
Oh no,
actually
we're
gonna
gonna
die.
definitely die.
Hyped this up so much. Like, so many characters, we're all gonna die.
Like
I'm real.
nobody dies. It's fine. Also, I just have to note that one of the things I appreciate about Grimjack, you know, I do music, so I have to must say this. One of the things I really appreciate about Grimjack is that Grimjack knows the truth that many people may not have admitted to themselves. That Maya is really, really important in that Lady Marmalade
Holds it together.
group. She holds it together. Like, people sleep on her, but like she holds that whole thing together. I mean, like Christina is Pink, right? Like, you know, everybody's there, but like, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Right there with you.
Random Tuesday, who is very random, also very Tuesday,
Tuesday.
and and the person who convinced me that I could stream, because if she was a teacher and it was okay for her to stream and not get fired from being a teacher because streaming, then I figured I could do it, and so I wouldn't even be here without Random Tuesday. So
I am pleased to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I wanted to play more games with you for a while. So, yeah, you summarized it. I'm Lauren. The info's in the chat. You can find me at Random Tuesday pretty much everywhere. I am a designer, a narrative designer. I don't make up the rules for Magic. That is an extremely complicated game. I just make the pictures that go with the rules. So that is what I do when I'm not hopefully churning through characters at an alarming rate.
it happens. It happens. Now, I feel like you didn't mention the fact that you are an expert cosplayer.
I have dabbled, yes. I have dabbled in the cosplay for like a decade, so I don't know if it's dabbling at this point.
I don't think it's dabbling. Also, in case people do not know, she decided, because Lauren is, there's a thing we say in the Army about half-stepping. Lauren does not half-step. Lauren was like going to make a piece for Alana the Lioness and decided to just spend a lot of time making chainmail, like a lot of chainmail.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I'm really proud of it, though. It's very cool. If you want to see any of my cosplays, my website is randomtuesday.com, and I've got all of my cosplays up there. And you can witness the chainmail undertaking.
It was so impressive, right? Like, some
Not
people are
trying
like,
to think about the part where I'm going to be making, like, I think I calculated like 50 yards of ruffles for my next costume.
so good.
It's fine. I'm doing Elphaba's dress from Wicked as I love it. And then I looked at the skirt and I was like, it's all ruffles. It's just, and then I did like a really rough estimate. And I was like, I think it's like 50 yards of ruffles or something ridiculous. It's fine. Be fine.
And okay, so Werewolf Feels is somebody that I have been not stalking, but just perusing on the internet for quite some time. And I was like, okay, I've got to find a way to play with Werewolf. When is this going to happen? When is it going to happen? And also, Werewolf is Canadian, which is very exciting because I'm currently playing a Canadian vampire. And I was like, oh, you know, you do a lot of research. Okay, I do a lot of research using I statements on whatever it is a character I'm making. I've got to find out everything I need to know about like Black Canadians in the Maritimes, going back a century. And so whenever I see a werewolf doing stuff, I was like, oh, we gotta just like talk about like hockey, which I don't even know the full rules for, like really. And then maybe like I don't know, maybe you can give me advice on Tim Hortons. Like I've got to find out things. And so werewolf.
Hi, I'm Werewolf, also known as Northern Elite, expert Canadian, and also Tim Hortons advocate, I suppose. That's it. That's all I do. I just talk about Tim Hortons in hockey.
And so you have to talk about the Motherlands.
It's true. It's true. I'm a writer for Into the Motherlands, and I'm a writer for several other games that you might see pop up. Jonk Shibble on the Banquet Hall, Demon's Academy. There's other things that vanished from my brain. I also consult for TTRPGs. I've consulted for Cobalt Press, amongst others. Ether's an RPG coming up in the fall, winter. Oh dear. One of the 2 seasons at the end of the year, and once that shows up on Kickstarter, you'll notice that I'm consulting for it. Tons of things I do. I also design games, but I'm very private about what I design because usually I don't like to be credited. And I also roleplay on several other channels, so I'm looking forward to this. I've been a big fan of Trooper for some time. I have no idea what Tunnels and Trolls is, other than the vague idea that it uses D6s, and I've been promised to die several times. So, other than that, we'll be fine.
But again, maybe nobody will die. So, in the best old school way, we're gonna start by making characters together. Is what we're gonna do, because that is the oldest of the schools. So, like many of these, like many of these games back then, you just roll your dice to make a character, and if they die, you just roll dice to make a new one. In Tunnels and Trolls, everybody has 8 stats, 4 physical and 4 mental. You have strength, constitution, dexterity, charisma, speed, wizardry, intelligence, and luck. And very old school, you roll 3d6, but you get to place them where you would like. And I have made a macro for my players, so they may roll their 3d6 8 times. If you get triples, you may re-roll and add to them. And as you're making your rolls, they have character sheets that Lauren made form-fillable character sheets because she's amazing. Oh, thank you. And so you can fill those out. And while you're making your rolls and deciding what you want to do, the next thing you have to do in your process is decide what your type is, your character class, as it were, or at least think about it. And there are basically 3 character classes: warriors, wizards, and rogues. And rogues are not what you think. Warriors are very good at fighting. They're people who, for whatever reason it is, they've spent quite a lot of time training on how to fight and be very good at fighting. So you could be any kind of person who might be martially inclined. You have wizards, who are spellcasters, who have spent lots of time training in how to use magic, and they're quite good at that. And you could be training in magic in deep ways, in all sorts of ways. But you can think of them as being official. Either they've been to a wizard's guild, or there was like a village witch who trained you for years and years. And then the third class is the rogue, which is not a rogue in that kind of D&D sense. It might be better to think of them as a rogue wizard. They are people who can do some magic, but they have not been officially trained, so they really only know one spell, but could be any spell that they are qualified to cast. Whereas wizards start off with just first level spells, and they can do some fighting, but they're really they just didn't do lots of training. They live by their luck. They've got some what we would think of as typical roguey things, but they're like kind of in the middle between those 2. I will let you know that if you want to be a wizard, you should be really thinking about IQ, and wizardry are the things you should be thinking about. If you want to be a warrior, you really want some strength and constitution. And if you want to be a rogue, really some luck will be very good for you. Dex also, luck and dex would be great things for you to have. And it might not be bad for us to have at least one of each of those 3 types, is all I'm going to throw out there. Does anybody have first off, did anybody roll triples?
Should we roll? Oh, should we roll now? Okay.
Yeah, roll them.
I did roll. I was enraptured with what you
I
were
know.
saying.
I'm so sorry. Roll.
I was listening
rolled.
and
I
trying
rolled.
not to get distracted. Okay.
Oh, be distracted. It's awesome.
Wait, that's where
All
did
right.
that go?
What have I got?
And you can place them wherever you like. And let me know if you get triples.
No triples for me.
Same
No
here.
triples. Disappointing,
Oh, no.
really.
I got a 5.
That's all right.
I'm
Don't
gonna
put
die
that.
first.
Don't put that in your constitution.
Or do.
Or do.
I mean, you
Bring
were
it.
saying that you
Tempt
were
fate.
indestructible. Like, we could truly test this.
We have promised that someone would die, so someone needs to at this point.
I mean, I just don't.
Also, and a 7. I have 2 single-digit numbers.
At the moment. At the moment.
Wait, how many?
So I should have 8. 1, 2, 3,
should have
4,
8.
5, 6, 7, 8. That is 8. All right.
I don't think anyone's rolled a single triple.
I've
Yeah,
got
triples are
like a
hard.
nice sort of middling spread.
I will also note this for you to think about. There are 4 skills that, attributes, pardon me, I suppose I should say attributes, that are quite important because they add to what is called your combat, your personal adds, your combat adds. And they are strength, constitution, dexterity. Where did I put them? I made a whole thing about it because I was very excited about it. Where did I put them? They are strength, dexterity, luck, and speed. Strength, dexterity, luck, and speed are the scores that contribute to your combat adds, so you can add that when you're sort of doing combat. When any, like, above 12. So any point above 12 counts as a +1 to your combat adds. And when it comes to balance, first off, Trolls is not a balance game. They kind of don't care about it. It's not their thing. But how many adds you have gives you kind of a general sense of your power in that way.
I have 3 rolls above a 12,
Nice.
which is wow.
Yeah, I got 2. I have 2 14s.
Nice.
A lot of 10s, 9, like two 10s, 2 11s. Like
Grim, you've
pretty
got a
middle
16.
ground.
I have
I
2
have-
16s, 2 14s, and all 11s.
Now,
I have 3 above
Wild.
12.
What even is that?
now,
You're gonna die first.
Okay, so does that? Who wants what?
and
It'll be
before
pretty
you
much
decide,
anything.
one last thing,
Okay.
because this is important. You also have to choose your kindred or your kin. Elf. There are 2 different types of dwarves. Human. So you can be a dwarf. You can be a Gristlegrim dwarf, a Midgardian dwarf. And just in case you're sort of curious, the difference, Gristlegrim dwarves are made of stone. They are carved from rock and they are living stone. And then the Midgardian dwarves are more like living flesh beings that you might think of. Elves, fairies, hobbs, which are like halflings, and leprechauns. And why this might be important, because each of those have, well, not humans. Humans don't have any multipliers, but the other kindred have multipliers to your stats. So, for example, if you were a Gristlegrim dwarf, you would multiply your strength by 2, and that would be your final strength score. Or if you were an elf, your constitution is 2/3 of what you currently have, for example. But leprechauns don't have a lot of strength. I will note that one, 1/3. Yeah. But they're smarter, so that's kind of exciting.
I
So-
was following everything until I saw this, and is it 8/10? There's an 8/10 thing. They could-
There is, but that's for weight. Because you're just like, you have to like, you weigh a little bit less if you are a dwarf.
If
Okay.
Here's a question: If we round, we round, right?
Yes.
Do we round up or down?
Down.
Down. Okay. I can't decide. I'm just gonna roll a d6, and if it lands on a 2, I'll roll a 1d2 and figure out what kind of dwarf I am.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Got a dwarf.
There's 7 though.
Yeah. So if I roll
well,
a
if you're
2,
in roll
I'll-
20,
yes,
you could just roll 1d7.
That's true.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
true. I'm a 4, so that's 1. The dwarfs are skipped. Elf, fairy. I'm a fairy.
Okay.
Very nice.
You'll be a tiny little wee fairy. That's very nice. Okay, you're gonna have
Feels
good
like it
decks,
makes
though.
sense to pick your kindred before you pick which of the three you are, because if you're a fairy, you might not want to be a warrior.
Fairy warrior, come on, do it. Do it.
As tempting as it is.
Giant hammer.
A fairy multiplies its
Ant-Man.
strength by a quarter.
Yes, that is
So
correct.
with like my highest, which is a 13, I believe.
Mhm.
Yeah, with my highest, which is a 13,
That's 3.
that goes down to a 4.
That seems fine.
Which
Because
is
you're very small.
All right, I like this rolling process, so I'm gonna do this in
Embrace it.
in 1d7. All right, I've just spelled roll wrong. That's fine. All right, I got a 6.
You're a
which,
leprechaun.
Does that mean?
Oh no,
I'm
you
a
did D7.
No,
yeah,
I rolled a
hob.
D7, so that means I'm a hob.
You were a hob.
I will be a hob.
Very excited about this.
I'm gonna roll this too now.
Mhm.
I'm
You're
not gonna
awesome.
be a fairy. No. You can't have 2 fairies. I'm an elf.
I guess you could do a D6 and then like
Yes.
cut one of them.
Yeah,
I rolled it as well.
Yes.
Do
So-
it. Do it.
Does that mean?
I'll read.
Oh, great. That makes you a leprechaun, right?
yeah.
Well,
or makes-
I,
Should we
oh
do
well,
D6?
I'm. Do I really want to do that?
It's up to you. Here's the thing: when it comes to rolling randomly, I always feel like you roll, and if you like it, you keep it, and then if you don't, you
Mhm.
choose.
Well, I figure it's almost, if we already have a one of the Fey folk and
Yep.
then a leprechaun, it's kind of the same. I don't know.
Yeah.
And we wanted.
Like I honor
Fair.
you.
And I'm a hob, so I'm sort of already small.
The
We have a
whole
lot of
party
small.
is under 2 foot tall, and then there's one elf. Like, hello! This is
That
my family.
is the best ever. Is all I want to say about that one. I just want to honor that one.
So what is everyone right now? Werewolf, you're a fairy.
Uh-huh.
I'm a hob.
Who's a hob?
Elf.
April, the elf. I should be a human or a dwarf. I'll let the party pick. Which would you like me to be?
Ooh.
Humans are interesting because they get
Get
they
a
get to
reroll.
reroll their failed saving throws.
Mhm.
Sure.
That is interesting. I'm curious.
But you also could be a person made out of stone. So
Right. I think I'll do the human just to show what they are and as different to
Human
some of the others.
representation.
Human representation.
Sure. Yeah. Right. 'Cause we don't have enough of that.
Fair.
What classes do you all want to? Does anybody?
Okay, so the hob, I multiply my strength by half, but I get a lot of constitution.
Mm-hmm. Very hardy.
I'm very hardy, so I could be a warrior.
So you're short and somewhat hairy, right?
Yeah.
Kind of got big eyes.
Are
bigger
you
ears.
sorry? Are you describing me or my character?
No, your character. I'm just saying how hobs are. Very big feet. Uh, let me see. What else can I tell you about hobs? They're halflings. I mean, they're hobbits. That's what you got.
Okay, I multiply my dex by three halves. Did not realize this was coming with the
So
math
you're 1.5.
class.
So like take it in half and add it, right? Yeah.
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 This is
Um,
precisely why I went with human. I saw
feel
the
like
math
there you
involved
go.
with
I think
everything
I'll-
else, and I was like, no.
go with rogue. Seems like it
You
splits
did it
a
right.
middle ground on that one, so I'll go with a rogue.
Okay. Give yourself some luck, right? And
Yeah.
some dex, perhaps. So a rogue. What else do we have?
In keeping with the theme, I can go with warrior since this is a trooper game and I never play fighters. But
He only
because
plays
I
fighters
rolled
with
high
me.
enough, yeah, I can just be a boulder in front of everybody, I guess.
Mhm, mhm.
Let
All right.
me fix this sheet that I made fillable, but it messed up a thing. I realized that the boxes aren't entries; they're
Presents.
clicks, they're clickies.
Oh.
they're fill in
Check
dots.
boxes. Yeah.
Oh. I still have to figure out how to do that because that feels very exciting.
I did appreciate the fact that I could just make my strength yes.
Do you have strength? I do today.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So we got our human warrior.
I guess I'll go wizard because elves get a 3, 2, 3.
Oh yeah, your wizardry goes up, right? As is your IQ and your charisma.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
So I think that would be smart to be
Yeah.
a wizard elf.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I will take another rogue then.
Nice. Okay. Excellent. And so it is done. We have one big meat shield, one hopes, and then some very small people, and an elf, which I appreciate that. Make sure you're filling all of that in. When you're there, for the 4 stats that make up your combat adds: strength, dexterity, luck, and speed. For everything above 12, count up how many points you have above 12 in those, and put that in your combat personal adds box, because you will add those when you're in combat. It's like a bonus that you get. Now, I'm just going to ask, because I'd like to know what level you all are. Take your highest attribute, and if it's in the 10s, you are a level 1 character. If it's in the 20s, you're a level 2 character. If it's the 30s, you're a level 3 character. Just your one highest. I just want to know if somebody's level 2. That's kind of exciting. That's all. Where was this? Where did I put this? They're filling out their math, which I find very exciting.
Okay, let me drop the new version of the sheet for y'all.
Thank you. And wizards have to have a minimum of 10 IQ and 10 Dex to be a wizard.
I like that to be a rogue, you can just kind of be
Just do your thing.
bad at everything, which feels very in character for me. All right.
There's also a possibility for rollable height and weight. And I just want to point out that the fairy has a weight multiplier of 1/100.
Yes.
Because I am nothing.
Yes. Would you like to roll for your height and weight? I'm just asking.
I assume we only fill out the at full health. We do not fill out the current status.
You can put them both in right now as well, because currently you should be at full health.
They could be the same number right now. All right.
Yeah.
We're not starting off already on the back foot.
No. You should be super healthy, I hope, unless there's something you want to tell me. But at the moment, you should be fine.
A rogue, I mostly want luck, correct?
Yes, you want luck. Luck is very good for you. You also want dex.
Okay. Luck and dex. Excellent. All right. Well, then my 14s will go there. And then I'll figure out what the multipliers are going to be. Oh, no. Oh,
when you use the sheet.
What?
Sorry, the sheet got wrong. I'm very bad at making these form fillable sheets, but I
highest
swear
number in the top box, it will just go.
I
feel like
swear it will be correct this 3rd time.
Cursor, where did it go? Sometimes you just don't know what there's. Okay, there's my cursor. Sometimes you don't know where your cursors are. That it's a thing that worries me sometimes. I was like, what happened to my cursor? All right, Craig. As a warrior, you get an extra combat die per level for each weapon that you're carrying.
Okay.
So, depending on which level you are, I don't know what your highest stat is.
I'm still just first because I don't multiply by anything.
Perfect. So you will get an extra die for your combat. Also, you can double your armor and shield protection. So, like, if you have this is a game wherein your armor reduces damage. And as a warrior, because you're very well trained, you can double what the armor rating you have is so you can soak a lot more damage before it actually gets to your life. You know how that might be? Because that could be bad. And I feel like that's you should know that, right? Now, our wizard up there, you must have an IQ Dex of 10, which you should do. You do not get personal adds when using a weapon that has more than 2 dice. So, but basically, like, daggers are like 2. So if you use like smaller weapons, you can use your personal adds. But if you have some big all honkin' battle axe, then you don't get to have your personal adds to that damage. You know, it's like because it's not your deal. You're not super trained in melee combat. You get all of the first level spells. You can use staffs, which reduces the cost of casting spells on you. And you get to, when the higher level you get, the more spells you can reduce your cost even more, which is great. And when you're really powerful, you can just kind of make up your own spells, which is also very cool for when you become like a master wizard. Rogues. I will note this. Everybody's going to start with one talent, which we can talk about in a second once you all get your attributes done. Rogues get 2. And every even numbered level, you get an extra talent amongst things that are kind of roguey. You can have one spell of any level as long as you have you meet the requirements to cast it with your attributes. So if you have the requirements to cast a 5th level spell, you can have that spell. You only get one, but as long as you have the attributes to cast it, you can cast it. And I think those are the big things to note for everyone. Rogues don't really get any of they don't get the big combat things that the warriors do or the big spell things, but they can do that.
Here's the thing. So we've accepted the challenge of trying to die more than once. So I am putting my 6 in my constitution. Just gonna be a very squishy rogue.
Pretty sure I'm gonna win because I have a 4 to constitution.
It also gets doubled.
I did this right?
So
yep. I have I put 11 in constitution, but I have 2/3, so that's a 7.
Yeah.
Cool. But my IQ is a 22.
Ooh! Okay.
Because I put a 15 in there.
Yes. So you are a 2nd level character.
Haha! I'm indestructible.
Nice. I appreciate that. That's exciting. Okay.
All right, now I have to do math.
Okay, wizard.
How do we get our hit points? It's What's the HT from?
No, your hit points are just your constitution.
Okay, so what's the HT?
Height and weight.
Height and weight.
Height. Oh.
Height and weight.
Where do I get?
You can roll it randomly if you like.
I'm gonna roll it. I'm not. I gotta cut this.
You know what?
This hurts.
Sure.
It is. I gave you a survival kit, and there's a height and weight table right there, waiting for you.
It's D18.
3d6.
Oh.
Well, that makes sense.
I think I did the math right on here.
I want to make it. There is no Tunnels and Trolls character sheet in Roll20, but I'm gonna make one. I have to learn how to do that.
Oh, okay. So I don't change my intelligence, wizardry, or speed. Okay, great.
Let's see.
11. So I'm 5'9", except I'm not. I'm a 10th of that.
Yes.
Ooh, this is a bad day to know the metric system. It's a 10th of 5'9".
What 5'9" is? That's 69 inches.
Oh, cool.
Right.
So I'm 6 inches.
Yes, you are. Almost 7. You're almost 7 inches.
And I make a big deal of saying that. So
I am 6 and 15, 16.
Like I'm 7. Like people are like, you're not 7 inches. Like I am 7 inches. Like,
I'm
right,
close
so
enough to 7.
Did get doubled, so I actually have a 12 in Constitution because I'm sturdy.
Nice. Maybe you won't die. Maybe you won't die.
So my highest stat is a 21.
Which makes you level 2.
Level 2. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'd.
Which means that as a rogue, you'll get 3 talents.
Sorry, the level does not have a field in it, so I'm just gonna.
16.
All right.
For my weight, I'm 22 pounds.
Yeah. Okay. So
You a thick
I'm gonna
fairy.
roll 3 dice.
I'm a strong, brawny fairy. I'm actually the strongest fairy in my village.
That makes sense. That makes sense to me. I see it.
I am
Why am I
6'6"
rolling
and
3
230
dice?
pounds.
Oh,
I'm rolling. I get it. I'm rolling 3d.
You're a warrior elf. I see. You're like a wizard. You're like, yeah.
It's all brain. My head is too big to hold my giant brain for my IQ.
5, 1, and 1. All right. What have we got?
Okay, so now we need to pick talents, and I do get 3 talents because I'm a level 2 rogue.
Our human just does not level up as much. So let's talk about talents. Talents are you kind of make them up, right? There's like a list of suggested talents, but you make them up. And talents are, if you've played Fate, you'll know this story, I think. They are things that you're better at. They can be broad or narrow, but they cannot replace like a normal skill. Like you could not have a talent that's like fighting. That makes no sense. But you could have a talent in, and here's what's interesting: your talents can be skills, but they could also be something a bit more conceptual. It could be like intimidating. It could be a talent. A good wrestler could be a talent. Blacksmith could be a talent. There are just like a lot of different things, and what this thing is, these will give you bonuses to your rolls when they are relevant. So if you think about, so here are just some to think about. Anatomy, butcher, tailor, weaver, builder, charming, poisoner, acrobat, military tactics, streetwise, social adept.
I like skier. I feel like that's gonna be very handy in our dungeon crawl.
It's gonna come up so much.
You don't know, actually. I mean, it's really unclear. One never knows what's going to happen. Overland trekking, fire making, fishing.
I'm personally going to shit if at some point there's a downhill ice area and we all look back on this and we're like, damn it.
I told you I should have taken skier.
I'm gonna make some
Interpretive
porch.
dance.
And
How many talents do we get?
well, if you are not a rogue, you get 1.
Okay.
If you're a rogue, you get 2, and then that bonus one should be something that's roguish. And roguish sorts of talents include things like acrobat, charming, alchemist, cleverness, exceptional use of weapons. Something like an exceptional use of a weapon would be something like a very specified use of something like throwing at the eye or
I think
tripping.
because my dexterity is very high, I feel like I'll go for something like sleight of hand.
Ooh.
Like I can do the David Bowie like, crystal orb thing.
Oh, you have to come up with a really good name for that. I love that. I do appreciate the crystal orb thing. And whenever that is relevant, and your skill is the skill that you're, and it doesn't have to just hit one skill only. Whenever it might be relevant, as long as your skill is above a 15, I think it is, you can get a +3. You're to that.
I'm gonna go with Lockbreaker.
Ooh. Oh, that's an interesting way of framing that too. That's interesting. Okay.
Because I fly into the locks and then I break them. I can't hold tools, okay?
I love this. I love this.
Yes. Instead of lockpicks, you just use your little hands.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
It has the same effect, and that's really what matters.
Yeah.
But it's the flavor. That's the best part.
What's my other talent?
What about animal husbandry?
Hey, that's a thing. Animal husbandry is indeed a thing. Not lying.
You could go with insect husbandry.
Insect husbandry?
Oh, this game's about to take a weird turn.
Yeah.
But you never know when those things might be useful.
I was gonna pick training, but I was thinking about making me a snail trainer. Because I've got 3. I might as well waste one on something no one needs.
Go with insect trainer.
Insect trainer.
Yeah.
All right.
Go with insect trainer. I feel like that might be exciting for reasons.
I am feeling like botany. But if I need to be more specific than that, I can be like a subset of botany, but I think I just know, I'm good with plants.
Yeah. You can go
in certain capacities.
Yeah, you can go broad or narrow. It's up to you. So as long as for this is all basic and novice expertise, and as long as the attribute that you want to use your talent for is above a 10, you can get a +3 on that one.
Okay.
How
Okay,
about
so for the rogue ones, it needs to be above a 15.
No, just 10. I just double checked. It's just a 10.
Oh, okay. Excellent. And then it's a +3. Okay.
Sal asks, does it stack? It does not stack. They don't stack.
That's also better because I was like, if it's above 15, I only have like 2 stats that are above 15.
You were going to say, April.
How about something like cartography for intelligence? So
Yeah.
I know maps and
Yep.
can map our tunnels and our adventures
Yeah.
so we don't get lost.
But I will say, if you can think of a reason to use cartography off of other stats as well, if you have anything else above a 10 in a certain circumstance, that would also work. So as long as you can think of a way that it might be useful, like, so normally, of course, it would make sense that cartography would go off of intelligence. But what if you were trying to charm someone by sort of showing off your,
Look at my cool maps.
you know what I mean? Like maybe you're wanting to impress somebody with your cool maps. Like then you could maybe you could make a case for that talent coming into
Okay.
play in that moment.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can think of a way in which it would work out, then yes, that will work. Yes. What about you, Greg? What's your talent?
I want to take something that I'll never use as a warrior. So I want to do something like wire work, like back in the when he was back as a child, he used to maybe fancy acrobatics of a trapeze artist or something,
Yes.
and did it, and now
Yeah.
probably can't do it anymore. But that's
I feel like you might still do it. I just feel like that sort of acrobatic.
sure.
I'm gonna come in at a very important moment at the end of the game where you have to like wire rope your
Yeah.
way across something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I'll die at the very end.
That's
When
what
you
you'll
said
save
wire work,
everyone.
I
Right.
got this, guys.
This is
You
what
make
I-
this-
maker, which I also like the idea of.
Ooh, which was the second?
Oh, I thought when you were like wire work, I was like, oh, you mean like jewelry?
Yeah.
Right.
Like delicate jewelry. I think my third and perhaps least useful talent will be that I have perfect pitch.
Okay. All right. Yes.
That's it. You can. I hear a note. I can tell you what it is, which is ironically not what I have.
Mm-hmm.
But perfect pitch also means that you also know intervals between notes. Like you got some stuff going on there. Yeah. Okay.
Do we all have 3 talents?
No,
Is
only
that-
our rogues. Only our second level rogues.
Okay.
So Trooper
So-
is
both
an
get
actual
one.
musician, and I realize I am not, and so I'm gonna attempt to use perfect pitch for things that it does not work for.
We'll just go for it. We'll see how it goes. I'm excited. I'm excited. Werewolf.
And my third one is going to be a storyteller, because that's one of the options. But I'm going to call it a yarn spinner. Because where I grew up, if you were a yarn spinner, you also told stories.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for all of y'all right now. I just feel like you're the best characters. I'm going to fall in love with all of you. And hopefully you all won't die immediately. I mean, I don't know what's what will happen there. We will see. All right, so you've got your attributes. You have got your kindred. You've got your professions, your types. You've got your talents. Now, if you are a spellcaster, you need to get some spells. Although if you're a first level, if you're a wizard, which April you are, you have all the spells. And I think I gave you in the quick start that I gave you all, there's a spell book in there, and you have all those first level spells. And as long as you have the
Do I have the second level as well?
no, just first level. You have to purchase those upper level skills from wizards guilds with your XP. But
That's lame.
hey, but you know what? Rogues can't buy them from wizards guilds because wizard guilds are like, you're not even official. Yeah.
I have some of these spells have great games though. One of them's called Dingaling, and I want to buy that one.
I was like, what is this? What does this spell do?
I don't know. I'm gonna go
What does
buy it.
creme de la creme do?
Oh,
That makes us fancy.
yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I like, oh, here it is. When you've lost something, that's like my favorite.
Oh,
Here it is.
Oh, go away.
Yes, the spells in Tunnels and Trolls are not fireball. They are things like, oh, go away. Or, oh,
I'm sorry. I really want unlucky bees. That's a 5th level spell. I don't think I'm gonna get there, but
What is
Okay,
your
I suddenly need to survive this game.
what is your IQ and what's your dex?
my IQ is 9 and my dex is 21.
You need an IQ of 10, my friend. Get it somewhere.
To do any spell? Oh,
Mhm.
okay. I'll just swap my. I thought I was wizardry, so I'll put my IQ at 10 and then my wizardry at 9.
So you can then do first level spells.
Excellent. Okay.
Werewolf, what about you? IQ and dex.
My IQ's a 13 and my dex is a 19.
You can do any first or second level spell you may choose.
Understood.
Oh, I guess actually, if I swap it around, nope, that's not how that
So it's
math checks.
10 for first level, 12 for second, 14 for third.
In this survival kit, it doesn't actually kind of explain what the spells do.
They should that in the I believe your spell should be described. I put in the show Bible
Okay.
a link to
Talents,
yes,
weapons, spells. I see it.
the beginner's guide has it, and I think it might also be in talents, weapons, and spells. Beginner's guide is like a shorter version.
Okay,
Yeah.
I found it. I found it.
Yes, and they're
I
all
didn't
in there.
scroll.
And
Sorry, I didn't scroll. That's
no,
on
no,
me.
it's fine. It's fine.
I did realize I didn't actually pick talents that were in the book, and I
Oh,
hope
it's
that is
fine.
okay. Okay.
No, yeah, those are just sample talents. You can pick whatever
They're
you
just
want.
suggestions.
They're just suggestions because again, we're open.
I found the animal section. I want a ferret.
Well, I'm going to ask you about your equipment, but not just yet.
Okay.
That'll be a question that I will ask you in a second. But first, I need to ask you what your names are. Wait, I'm going to need paper. This is really important. If I don't have paper, everything will be ruined. Okay, I'm ready. Am I ready? I don't know if I am. I am. Okay, I have paper. What is your character? Okay, no, wait. Don't tell me yet. Let me paint the picture for you. So, for some reason, all 4 of you have left the continents where you're from. And you have traveled on a boat for a very long time. And boats, this is like boat travel, so it's like, whew, you know what I mean? Rough. There's salt tack. I don't know if any of you get seasick. I imagine fairies don't because, you fly a bit. So this has been a long, long journey that you have taken by boat. And we'll have to find out why you did. And you've all been together on this boat for some time, and I don't know if you knew each other before you got on this ship or if you got to know each other while you were there. I suppose you'll tell me when we get there. But you have all landed in the capital city of Zakaria, of the continent Zorr, which is known as the Eagle continent. And I'm going to show everybody, our audience, a picture because I've got a map. It's called the Eagle continent because it looks like an eagle. That is why they call it that. It's a very they're very inventive. Actually, there's just actually a lot of continents that look like animals in this place. And you are going to Zakaria. And this place is you have it. This is where Zakaria is over here, and you're going to be in a sort of like coming in through this river space. It's you had to go through across the ocean and down a river into the special docks where there's an inlet to this city, and this is the important city. Now, as you sail in, you see this great city of Zakaria. And the city itself, you can't really see too much of it, but what you see is you see the docks and the wall. Now, I'm going to ask you when we get there why you would have left, but you did hear, all of you have heard the rumors, because everybody hears various rumors, right? That the city of Zakaria, which is on the northern slopes of the Kazingkzung Mountains, holds great opportunity for adventurers. And that this is the place of wise wizards and adventure and who knows what sorts of things that their technology is sort of beyond compare. And when you arrive and find yourself sort of kicked off of your boat and onto these docks, all of you together, you are there at the docks of Zakaria. And these docks are, it's a semicircle. I believe I have a map for you right here. Let me bring you there. Zakaria's docks are a semicircle on this river. There's this harbor, sort of an inlet. And the docks are made completely of metal. A sort of special metal that glows, and there's a slight glow to it. April, what is your character's name?
My character's name is... Fantasy name generator isn't loading.
Fantasy name generator is good.
It is Aura. Aurae. Aura.
And describe yourself.
She is an elf, an elven wizard that is 6'6" and 230 pounds. She's wearing very basic traveling clothes. She's trying not to pull too much attention to herself, but it's very hard with the very long dark hair. And she is a fantasy. She's Korean, because that's what I am. A little Korean elf with long dark hair, the hood on, trying to stay inconspicuous.
You, as a wizard, you are well trained in the subtleties of magic. And you know that this metal of these docks it has a faint feeling of magic to it. This metal is not just any sort of metal. It is definitely enchanted in some way. And all the riverboats are also made of this metal. And there's this the wall, sort of a very famous wall. Everyone has heard, they were talking about it on the ship, that the wall is where there are notices for adventurers. If you want to find fame, fortune, adventure, excitement, to make your way and make your name, you must go to the wall. And as you look at this wall, which is all of you, it's made of balsate. And then again, this sort of interesting metal is on these posts. There are these posts on it, and on it there are these sort of tin plates that are sort of magnetized and sort of placed, and they're all engraved and etched with messages in there. Now there are guards, of course, that are guarding the gates into the city, and the guards are eagle people. So sort of tall, large people with sort of big eagle heads, carrying spears. You also notice there are a number of people who I assume are also adventurers perhaps, and they are sitting on the docks, and you can see some of them have bedrolls and tents. It looks as if almost like a bit of a minor tent city of people sort of out here on the docks and not in the city themselves. I would like to ask you, Aura, who was the person that you first spoke to of this group when you were on the boat?
I think the first person I would talk to is probably Lauren's character, because I know you said something about wanting to do magic with your character, so I might have sensed magic from you.
Let me ask, did you know each other before?
No.
Lauren, what is your character's name, and what do you look like?
I'm a hob, and her name is Rucola Thornbrush. She's a stout, kind of just like grumpy face most of the time, hob, barefoot, very calloused feet, got a pack with just a lot of stuff in her bag.
Yeah.
Kind of ready for anything, a little bit of the mom vibes. She's sort of on the middle-aged side. I don't know how long the hob lifespan is, but we sort of imagine the equivalent of 45, 50.
It's a couple
in that
hundred
kind
years.
of like, yeah, like a little, she's been around for a while. And she'll be grumpy about you, but she will also be like, oh, but here's a snack, and provide like that kind of like, and maybe that was part of the first meeting. Maybe you got seasick at some point, and you looked like you might be getting seasick, and then she like pulls out all of these different plants, and she's like, eat this one, this will settle your stomach, this one will do it. It
Thank
tastes
you.
bitter, but it's worth it.
I'm just very pale, but thank you.
Oh,
Eats the snacks anyway.
They'll taste a little bit weird, like a little spicy, very bitter. And she's definitely here on like the sort of, she goes out and looks for plants and like acquires knowledge, and that's what has brought her to this island.
I would like to know, who did Rugula bunk nearest on the ship?
I mean, given that I don't know if the fairy would need a bunk. I don't know.
They have to sleep at
Where
some
do you
point, I don't know.
sleep? That's my question.
There's a small wash basin next to your bunk with this,
And
with
that
like
is,
a
yes,
tray.
my bunkmate. Or do you have a whole bed to yourself?
I definitely have been assigned one, but it's far too large and way too intimidating. Like, I'm
Yeah.
afraid that if I lie down on it, someone's gonna sit on me.
So did I think maybe Rugla, what she would have done is start like unpacking her things onto you'd be like, are you using this?
No, I am not.
Oh, great, thank you. And then just starts unpacking these. Do you want a snack?
Oh, I already have one. And I pull out an acorn and start capping it with a knife.
Is it like a wicked knife?
Oh yeah, it's made out of some black, like deep black stone, because it's made out of obsidian. It's really gnarled on the edges. It looks like it was probably made by some sort of very like low skill but terrifying artificer with one eye, because it was.
Nice.
They
And-
have one eye before or after they made the knife.
We don't talk about it.
Just checking.
And what is your character's name?
I am Nakanik the fairy, who stands at a total of almost 7 inches and weighs a grand total of 2 pounds, but on the upper side of 2 pounds, because he's a really brawny, kind of thick-set fairy.
Yeah.
Yeah. As best as you can be, I suppose. And he's kind of like dressed for travel. He's got tons of like little belts on him where he stores all of his stuff. He's like a one-man traveling fairy. I don't know if fairies have wings in this universe.
They do.
Oh, great. His wings are a little bit different. Some parts of them have clearly been remade with some sort of glass-like material because he lost them in a fight once.
Ooh, knife fight?
Yep.
Yeah.
But on the plus side, I got the knife.
That's what I was gonna ask. Is that the fight?
Nice. So let me ask you, Nakanik, there is this human warrior on this ship. Did you know them before you got on the ship, or did you meet them on the ship? And if you met them on the ship, tell me about your first meeting, whether it was on the ship or before.
I think we met before the ship, but not too long before. Maybe on the way, we met in the town on the way to the docks.
So where were you before? What was the place like, at least?
Oh,
Before you got on the ship.
It's a grand city. It's got a huge, colorful bazaar with these awnings made out of silk. It's extremely fancy, extremely large, and extremely busy. And thus, Nakanik was very uncomfortable, because if things are busy and you feel crowded as a human, imagine being a fairy surrounded by all these weird giants.
Yeah. So then, let me ask, Greg, what is your character's name, and what do you look like?
Let's start with the appearance. He's 6'2", probably right around 200 pounds. He is 66 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He still holds the broad musculature of somebody 20, 30 years younger than him.
Mm-hmm.
His left eye is clouded,
Mm.
and the armor that he wears, the pauldron on his left shoulder, has a very high rise to basically cover his blind spot and that side of his head from any attacks that would come from that side.
Mm-hmm.
If Knocknick and I met, he probably on the outside of that pauldron would have affixed a perch of some kind, so that if Knocknick would want to ride there through the throng of people, Sir Bartlett the Black would be able to at least negotiate the area with him. Sir Bartlett the Black is here because he has been told he is too old for his order, the Order of the Last Lily. And this is his final quest.
Oh,
he
you're
has
really close to
begun
retirement?
he's begun to forget things.
Uh,
And as he continued to lose his memories of the place where he had lived and served for all of those years, he decided it was best to make new ones. And so he left, but as a parting gift, so to speak, for his years of service, Sir Bartlett the Black was now known as Sir Bartlett the Gray, because his hair had passed to that hue.
Now, there was a wizard on this ship. And I would like to know what sorts of interactions you two had over meals.
Sir Bartlett would be, having been in what was essentially a military order for the entirety of his life, anything that wouldn't be like iron rations would be, what is that? Was that a fruit of some kind? I've never seen. And then, of course, acorns and the capping of the acorns. Fascinating. I didn't know you could eat them. And even if he did. And I think it would be just conversational in that, again, each memory that he is learning right now is something that they probably had the conversation several times during the course of but more and more of it sticks the longer that he's in their company.
Aura, why are you here? Why did you travel this long distance across the ocean?
I feel like it's to protect Sir Bartlett. Like I met Sir Bartlett. He was so charming. I'm like, oh, you can't go. Hold on, I have nothing to do right now.
So let me ask you.
Just hanging out with Sir Bartlett, learning his stories, helping him write them down and share them with the world.
Oh, you're writing down his stories?
Yes.
Oh.
He has amazing stories of his times and his adventures.
Oh, he might need to read some of those manuscripts sometimes if he forgets. And I would like to know, Nakanik, why are you on this journey?
Yes, I'm going to collect some more fairy dust for the village.
Ah, nice.
Yeah,
Very
it's made
nice.
of the ash of a specific tree, so we have to go all the way over there to get it.
I see. I need to ask you all now an important question. And that is, what time of day is it when you all alight on the docks? Is it early morning? Is it midday? Or is it late afternoon?
I love a good dawn. Like the night is slowly creeping back. The sun is just on the edge of the horizon.
All right.
The whole day ahead of us.
Yeah.
Quiet city.
I am going to ask Rugula for a roll. Our first roll.
All right.
I would like a
let's do
saving
it.
roll, if you would. I believe, thinking about it, this is probably going to be intelligence, is what I think.
Sure.
And you may use your botany talent.
Okay, so I get +3.
Yes, and this will be just a level 1, so you need to get a 20.
Okay, so I rolled 9, and then I'm going to add my intelligence +3.
Yes.
So I get 22, because my intelligence is 10.
Excellent.
And botany is +3.
It
was a close one.
You rolled a 22?
22.
This, by the way, will be experience points you earn later. Every roll you make brings you experience. We're going to just note that. You get experience in this game by making rolls, also dealing with challenges in all sorts of ways. Very exciting. So, let's talk about the dawn, and I will let you know what you as a botanist might notice as well.
Standing on the docks.
On the docks, all metal.
How? I don't...
Boats are metal. And the sun is just rising. It is this huge ball of fire. And it's coming over the volcanic hills east of the city. And the coolness that you had on the ship is already burning off. And it's still a little bit damp, but you know it'll be very, very hot today. And you can smell the aromas of the Zanori jungle, which is off to your north. Very thick jungles. You sort of came through them when you were riding down on the ships. And as you're there are not a lot of people on the docks at the moment. Mostly you see some dark-skinned human people of 3 or 4 different genders, dressed in sort of like a meshed armor or semi-transparent wraps of blue, green silk. And many of them are loading and unloading these metallic river barges from this place that are all tied up to this artificial lagoon that sort of that serves as this harbor. And you see the wall, of course. It's beautiful in its own way, but these sort of eagle people guards clearly keeping people out unless you have a reason to be in there. And a number of adventurers are sitting about, some just waking up, eating breakfast on the edges. Except Rugula, you do notice one other thing. You have been, I assume, to docks before, yes?
Yeah, once or twice.
Yeah, once or twice. And you're the pylons that hold up the docks.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
They are almost always covered in lichen, moss, other sorts of plant life.
Yeah, seaweed, algae will cling to them.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm,
Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
There is not one plant touching any of the pylons. None. You do remember lots of plants coming down the river, but once you get into the inlet, none. And as you look about, there are no plants, no ivy, nothing on the wall itself. And if you notice, there are no barnacles on these boats. The boats themselves seem to be completely free of plant life. The docks are free of plant life. The wall, which is also laced through with this metal, is also free of all plant life. And you 4 are here at these docks. If you want to find a job, they're on the walls, but you have this moment to yourselves, all 4 of you, as you alight from this riverboat onto the docks of Zakaria.
The first thing Rugula does is when she sees the sun, she's like, oh no, and goes into her pack, pulls out a big wide brim hat, and then gets out this like metal container full of a salve, and then just starts like sunscreening herself up. She's like, oh, and then we'll offer it to anyone else. Like, sunburn's not good for anyone.
I dip a small finger into the stuff and rub it across my deep gray skin.
It, like, tingles a little bit around like your sort of your eyes and stuff. You're not 100% sure it's supposed to go on skin, but probably fine.
If offered, Bartlett would absolutely take it, but he would probably not rub it in well enough, so he would look like he has that like zinc nose of a lifeguard.
Yep. Well, all right, now that that's taken care of, this place is strange.
Does Aura use the sunscreen? I need to know.
No.
Yeah, she's very pale. We gotta keep that skin good.
Okay. I'm gonna just note that for later, all of y'all. Just noting it.
All right, I'm gonna make a Constitution check.
Our
We're
first
now
death is from
we're
sun
all
damage, right?
slippery and gonna slip off the dock or something because we're covered in sunscreen.
Someone has an allergic reaction to like one of the, one of
No
the
one.
micas in this. Like,
Now, do any of you have
That
any
was just
sort of...
organic. I
It's
only use organic
organic?
sunscreen.
Does any of you have experience with metalwork? I just want to know. I want to
Bartlett
know.
does wire work.
Wire work.
Wrong
So-
kind of wire.
Right,
It
right.
has metal in it.
Yeah, Sir Bartlett would know how to repair armor, basically. You know,
You've
field
touched
repair.
metal.
Can I get an int save from you, but also perhaps from Nakanik as well? Because I believe that you're a tail spinner.
Yeah, it's true. In intelligence, was that IQ?
Yep, IQ 2d6, and then add your IQ. And
Did you want that from me too, Trooper?
Yes, please, both of you. And you need to get a 20 because this is a level 1 save.
I've in fact gotten a 20 because my IQ is 13.
Mhm.
Plus 7.
I have not.
You do not know. Sir Bartlett doesn't know this. It's just very well. It's like it's very well. The metal work is very good, but Nakanik, you do sense a little bit of magic there as well. It also just rings a little bit. But when you look at this metal, you have heard of it. You have heard of this. This is what is known as perdurium. And it is a very special alloy that is made of iron, silver, and flamestone. And the only way to make this alloy is through magic. And it's heavier and stronger than steel. And it is excellent at holding a magical charge. So when you see this metal, you know there's some sort of enchantment happening. But you also know that very few people can make this. Mostly the flame dwarves can make this. The flame dwarves of Zorr. Now, you have heard some rumor about this metal. That only the fire dwarves can make. They hold charges, and what you've heard is that Zakaria, the fire dwarves who have some kind of magical ability here, enchant this metal to slay all plant-based life that touches it. Everything else is completely safe, of course. Because rumor has it that the plant-based life on this continent is a little aggressive. Sometimes gets up and moves and will stab you. And so, they just make sure that the wandering, very dangerous plants of this continent do not make it into this city or attack the ships that go and meander through the forests, the rivers that meander through the forests.
Oh, how strange. They have a weed killer charm on this place.
Oh, really?
Yes. I did hear something. It was from my third cousin, who's a pixie, but we don't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently the plant life here likes to move about and can be really dangerous. So they put a weed killer charm on this, but this is a very special metal often made by flame dwarves. Have you ever seen a flame dwarf? I haven't seen a flame dwarf.
Oh, it's a special magic metal. Detect magic.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Yes, and you can do that for free because you can do that. Because you are a second level
Yes, I am.
wizard, which means you get 1 off of all the costs of spells that are level 1. And so that is free for you. Oh, yes. This whole place lights up for you. I'd like to know, what does magic look like to you?
Magic, when I cast Detect Magic, is very specific to, I think, the schools. Destruction always has like this crackling around the edges that feels kind of crushing in. enchantment has kind of like a little airier feel with like kind of like a twinkling on the edges. Everything has like its own, not just look, but a feeling that comes with it. That's very like tactile.
Mm-hmm. And this entire dock, you can see, right, the crackling red sort of emanate out and into the harbor a bit, like it has a bit of an aura. This entire place, it's a self-sustaining, this magic. It's been enchanted very well, and you can sort of see the kind of like an interesting mix of an airiness and a little bit of edges of static, like dark static, that you can feel like a barrier. You know it won't touch you, but you can feel it, right? Like a repellent. But what this says to you is that whoever these people are, whoever have the crafters who've done this, are very, very good at both the ability to craft metals, but also to enchant them and imbue them with who knows how many powers this is. But I will tell you what, this place must have huge amounts of wealth to have this much enchantment over the entire dock section, right? This is a level of civic works, let's put it that way, that is impressive. Who knows what else they have? And you notice the stone walls, granite, balsite, but also bloodstone, which also carries a little bit of magical charge to it. I don't know if this is like where you're from, but this place is full of enchanting smiths and enchanting builders. You wouldn't be surprised probably if there were carpenters who also can imbue enchantment into things as well.
Everything here is magical. It's very amazing. Like knocks on the deck. Very amazing craftsmanship. Must have cost the entire city's budget at least a couple times over to make everything.
Can I ask a question, April?
Of course. Yes.
Yeah. When you cast magic, is there anything noticeable going on? Like, is there a change in eye color, or is it just?
I think it's a very subtle. You see her eyes kind of just, I think almost like static for a second, and then come back. You would probably have noticed it now because we've traveled together. But if you're just like looking quickly, you might not catch it.
Then the only thing that Bartlett would say is he would again express, just wish I could see what you see. It sounds fascinating.
Oh, well, it's just a very crushy magical feel. There's a bit of static on the edges. There's some reds. There's a little bit of airiness, a little bit of twinkles. She kind of just goes off.
And while you're describing it, he's looking out at what you looked out at and imagining what you're describing.
And I will note this, that the wall, which protects you from the harbor, extends above the north. You can feel the magic emanating, protecting the north of the city, but the south of the city, not as much. It doesn't extend as far. Clearly, you can sort of maybe you can hear the magic. They clearly have placed the protections mostly heading towards the north, which you know is full of a lot of forests, and towards the south, much less so. So perhaps whatever is threatening them.
Yes, very protected towards the trees. I feel that the nature here is not the most pleasant.
I'm fascinated by this apparently aggressive plant life. I've never encountered anything like that. I heard rumors about it, but I can't imagine what would be here. I want to get my hands on these things.
I was so excited when you picked botanist. I was like, I'm so excited.
No idea. I looked at absolutely nothing related to this. I was like, I don't know. Sometimes there are plants in dungeons.
I was like, oh, it's so exciting because yes, there are. Yes,
like,
there are.
Eyes going completely wide at the idea that there are plants here that are so dangerous that they're completely protecting a city from them.
Now the metal boats, maybe it's the magic that keeps them afloat, because they are these like metal sort of like rafts and riverboats and barges, and they sort of stay afloat. And yes, the magic keeps them there. And there are people sort of moving in and out. It's it's still pretty early, and the wall lands before you, but there's you see a couple of kids running by, and you see, and the kids are, there's like a leprechaun kid running by. There's some elves and humans. You see one sort of like dwarf, sort of very sort of sort of like a brown sort of skin, but like super bright red hair, sort of moving in towards one of the gates and speaking to these eagle people, and then moving in with some people in tow who are sort of taking sort of notes and following as this person sort of speaks. And you can sort of see that the city is beginning to perhaps rise. Like you can see more boats coming in. Oh, and I should note the wall's over 100 feet long, 8 feet high.
I fly next to our you said it was an elf, right, Aurora?
Yes.
Yeah. I fly next to our elf friend and like gently alight upon his shoulders. So what do you think? Pointing to the dwarf. Tour guide or teacher?
Well, I feel for the right price, they could be either.
That is a good point. So what brings you all here? I mean, I know why I'm here, but I don't know why you're all here.
Mostly rumor chasing. I heard about magical, fantastic plants. They didn't really come with a lot of description of murderous, carnivorous, or dangerous, but magical, fantastic plants sounded exciting enough to take a trip.
I mean, for the record, I did hear this in pixie language, which is the language that I only speak about this much. I don't know if they said carnivorous. They just said dangerous.
Oh, well, sorry. I was making an inference that...
Oh, that is a good point. It could be carnivorous. Carnivorous would make sense. Or it could be vampiric. Have you ever met a vampiric plant?
It's true. If you don't eat the person and you just drink their blood, is that carnivorous or not? Carnivorous, I feel like, implies a meat function.
I would imagine vampiric in that case, if it's just the blood.
Yeah. Maybe there's
But
both.
Would they be carnivorous if they're eating people meat? If they're plants eating meat, it would...
Plants are not made out of meat.
That's true. No, I was thinking cannibalistic, not carnivore.
Yes.
That's totally different. Cannibals and carnivores, there's a lap, but not the same.
Cannibals can be carnivores, but now if the plants, they can also be vegetarians.
Actually, now, yeah, there's a lot less overlap with cannibal and carnivore than I believed 30 seconds ago.
I feel like we need to just make a quick hand check. Who here is a cannibal?
Oh.
We all like, sorry, I was getting confused.
Carnivore, and I was excited about food, but
no, I was asking about the bad one.
We should go get breakfast. I am quite
breakfast.
hungry, and I haven't packed enough snacks for all of us. Immediately pulls out more snacks. I'm running low, actually. I took these. I stole them from the quartermaster. Doesn't know. Don't tell them.
Through that entire exchange, Sir Bartlett just nodded sagely, having no idea there would be that many plants on this adventure. Talks of carnivores or just agreeing with anybody, whatever they said. Just nods.
And on the walls, in between these huge, massive gates that are made of steel, and also, of course, the wall itself is polished, shiny, and flat. The surface is just brilliant, and the gates are made of this special metal and also steel. Very, very sort of like how do I put this? Really impressive looking on the outside. You ride up to this place and you're like, ooh. You don't know what the inside of the city looks like just yet, but the outside's very impressive. And each of the walls are sectioned off in between these huge gates, and there are signs up top in numerous languages. And you can see that the walls sort of set up in sections, and one is help wanted, one is rewards offered, one is announcements, one is taverns with cheap beer, one is for sale, one is missed connections, and so they've all these little sections all up there with all these little plates with engraving in there where all of the things you might ever wish to know would be found. There are dozens and hundreds of them there. Little, like tin, sort of like tin anchored in that.
Go ahead, bud.
looking for a special friend. G for G. What do you think G for G means? Is that gnomes or goblins or gremlins or?
I mean, I mean, now I feel like we have to follow this lead to find out. Like, there's only one obvious
Contact
choice.
information here.
No,
An address.
through breakfast, we need to find out what G for G stands for.
It's a lot of those like letters. I don't know what that means, right? Like, wait, what is an F7L? What does that mean? I don't.
I feel like someone here is speaking in code, but perhaps it's simply a romantic code.
I don't know that code. I should learn that one. Right.
Ooh, there's a fun code.
Learn romantic code.
There's a fun code we fairies have because we don't use the soles of our feet very often, so the soles of our boots are colored in fun ways that indicate things.
What color are your feet?
His feet are
Soles.
bright pink.
Right. I'm writing that down.
The soul's the feet code, you know.
Yep. Yep.
Let me ask: Do you read more of these? I just want to know.
I take a look at whatever's interesting.
Well, that's interesting. Look? This is the place for all of the adventure, right? People come here from all over the world to the great adventure here in Zakaria, and the wall, is where you will find all of your opportunities for the greatest adventures.
There's like one that like stands out to us as particularly
Ooh.
exciting.
Like on fancy paper.
Yeah. But let me talk about the other ones, the other ones. There are some great ones here. Great ones you might, for example, miners. There's a...
Oh no, we don't want to.
Yeah. There's a advertisement for miners.
Like mining or
Yeah.
like miners.
No.
Okay,
just
good.
yeah.
Okay.
Must be strong.
Never mind. We could read that one.
Yeah. Must be strong, able to endure great heat, hazard pay for dangerous
Yeah,
situations. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Are
Okay.
we looking at the classify? Like just like start
We just like rip them off the wall and throw them away. Just like
Here's one for trusty servants wanted. Very long hours for master smiths who are very, very particular and irritatable in the morning. You would be in charge of getting them food and making sure that no one talks to them. That's one.
As awesome as that one sounds, Trooper. What about, is there any way that Sir Bartlett could try to, knowing that several of his companions either have, are there for the plants or there for the fairy dust? I mean, if that's been conveyed to us in talks, can he find one that maybe like Senjit, we can overlap?
Plants
Is there
and
something?
fairy dust.
Yeah.
Hey, I found it.
So you do, and here's the thing: when you look through, there's hundreds of them. Most of them are not the best jobs, as it turns out, and very few of them are adventuring jobs. Many of them are things like, would you like to haul cargo? There's a great opportunity for adventurers to haul cargo onto ships and then off of ships. There's a lot of that. But then there's one that Sir Bartlett sees. And I imagine you probably notice it because of the writing is just a little bit deeper engraved. Like whoever did it was like a little bit more force in it. And it says wanted, and it's like stuck right behind an advertisement for people who do life drawing. Like they need you to be like models for life drawing. They just stand there and people are going to go and like chisel.
oh, it could actually be good.
It's
Very
just
easy to work. Very easy.
except that it is for statuary, so it's going to be a long time. You're going to have to stand there. But I mean, the pay is. But this one underneath that one says, "Adventurers wanted to explore the fire dungeon of Zitapaz. Apply to Panjandrum Zabar in the Dwarven Hall."
Oh, I found one here for cat sitting. 7 days, 1 old. Please note, cat may scratch. I feel like that's...
Cat is also 10 feet long.
Also,
And breathes fire.
Actually, that's a picture of a griffin. I don't think that's actually a cat.
It was cat and bird sitting.
Yes, it was cat impersonating.
I feel like there's no way that could go wrong.
Can't stop laughing.
I'm sure
feel like
this
most
one,
of these
it
are-
seems quite legitimate that Bartlett found.
Oh, Bartlett, you found one?
His fingers on the wall, but he had completely forgotten to bring it up as we engaged in all this cat and bird sitting, and he was fascinated by that because how does that work? And
the one that you're pointing at, Bartlett.
yes, not the statuary, but the one behind it. Fire dungeon, of course, something. He just pulls it down and hands it.
And
And when you pull it down, there's like
about the fire dungeon.
a slight you feel like a bit of a pull, sort of like magnets. Do you know what I mean? Like it has like kind of like a slight magnetic pull when you pull a magnet off of something.
Got some fight to it. Sorry.
And our magic, especially Aura, that's magic, right? There's like it's like a magical adhesive that sort of keeps these plates on this wall, and you can just you hear it probably just like dissipate as he pulls it off.
So there's, just to be clear, there's absolutely no like plant-based material anywhere here.
Not on the outside, no.
There's no paper. There's no. Okay, this was like no wood, no paper,
Which is
all-
pretty
all
weird.
metal.
Like I don't know how do you
It
feel
is
about
kinda
that?
weird.
How do you feel
Yeah.
about that?
It's weird.
It's like all stone and metal.
I think that Arugula is thinking like, do I need to like hide anything? She has a lot of plant-based things, and she's like looking at these like eagle guards and then like thinking about her backpack and realizing that there's nothing plant-based and being like, is this a problem? Like,
Let me ask you, because I'm curious. You are a botanist and you're a bit of a traveler.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
assume you've been like in around plant life quite a lot. Now, of course, as you were taking the river down, like forests everywhere, deep jungles.
plenty. Yeah.
Is this unsettling for you?
I think so. I think it would be very unsettling. I don't think she's ever, because she's very looking out for these sorts of things. So even when even when you're in a dense city, you
Yeah.
still see like weeds cropping
Yeah.
up, and there's moss on things, and
And like in the cracks, right? In the cracks of things.
yeah. So to have it's sort of the equivalent of being in a forest, but there's no wildlife sounds.
Yeah. Yeah. And like there's not a flower or a blade of grass
Mhm.
anywhere here, like on this whole area. Oh, weird. Yeah.
It's just got the sort of like skeeved out feeling of like, I kind of need to leave. Like,
I don't blame you. It's almost uncomfortable. Wait, hold on. I take
How
out the
many plants
cap.
on you?
I take out the cap to the acorn that I ate and gently touch it to a stone. Oh, no.
That's what I wanted. Good job.
just realized we're all slathered in plant sunscreen.
This is where we all
We
pause
all
so Werewolf
die.
rolls a new character.
To be clear, I would like you to roll a difficulty 100 or you die. No. This acorn is not alive, correct?
No, it's not.
You touch it to this metal, and the acorn just dims a little. Like, you know the difference between a branch that is not alive, but it still looks like wood, and that wood that you've seen that's been out for a very long time that starts...
Desiccating and petrifying.
Yeah, and it gets that kind of darker sort of feeling, and it kind of feels a little gray. You know, it's that kind of... It feels a little bit more dead than that branch that feels a lot less dead, and that the tip of that acorn just starts graying in that way. It's very slight because this particular acorn is already dead, but it just desiccates just a little bit.
Well, that's concerning.
They eat here.
Well, I
If
hope
it's-
they don't have plates made out of these things.
That would be bad.
But if it's already a dead plant, I don't think it would matter. So
Well,
it's
it would
been-
die a little more.
Well, that's why you would keep it in a bag.
would
'Cause it
lose
doesn't seem to be
so much
attacking
nutritional
through
value.
our clothing.
Well, it doesn't. To be fair, not all clothing is made out of, fabrics. But also, think about something like cotton. It's been dried and threaded to the point where it practically is as dead as it can be.
Oh yeah, so that would be very awkward. This would turn into a nudist colony very quickly.
Yes, exactly. But something that's fresh, like a twig, that's green on the inside,
Mm-hmm.
would slowly
Pulls
turn into
one
bone.
out from like her hair. There's something that like nested in there, and just like
Mm-hmm.
bends it a little bit, and then
Mhm.
like drops it on the ground.
Oh, yeah. There's a little sizzle sound as the twig ages rapidly.
Did anyone hear that?
Bartlett, look
Oh,
down.
step
Look down,
back,
Bartlett.
step back. Pushing.
It
Bartlett
goes
back a
up,
step.
and then like
Yeah.
I assume it just like
Yep.
snaps now, like it's completely dried.
Absolutely. You're not going to be able to whittle that one. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just no longer has any strength to it at all.
Looks
Let's
like
just
they're-
take the job. I don't like this doc.
Well, I imagine the fire dungeon contains flamestones. The flamestones are what make this place.
But you have to alloy it, you know? And then enchant it.
Oh,
So they've done this deliberately.
Would you say you're attached to plants? Like far more than your average botanist? Because I've met some. Like, one's a poisoner, a friend of mine.
emotionally, I don't. Plants live and die. They're just a part of life and nature. To be somewhere completely devoid of that aspect of the world feels a little jarring for me. It's like a
does.
lot of my resources got taken away.
We should probably get out of here very quickly then. Let's get this job and go out of this
I'm
plant
sure
murder city.
This job seems completely safe and definitely won't be a problem for us. Probably.
No.
It's also in between here and this location, I think, if I remember the map I glimpsed at briefly, is one of the jungles, which I was meaning to visit. So
Oh, if we need a map.
Yes.
I have plenty.
And I will say you have this
good, 'cause
map,
I don't.
right, of this region. Where did you get it?
The ship captain. I bartered with him because ship captains have maps.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, on the ship, has anyone seen my maps?
Bartered.
I imagine you sort of head up to the gate, right? I imagine this is where you want to get in so you can go to the Dwarven Hall. And there's this very large eagle person there with a big beak. Imagine like a griffin, but with a humanoid body. About 7 foot tall. And not actually any wings, but feathers all across their body. And this eagle person goes, "Ah! What do you want?"
We are looking for the Dwarven Hall because we want to go to the fire dungeon. And we've been told that adventurers are needed to go to the fire dungeon to be to the Dwarven Hall. Bartlett, did I get that right?
Sounds good to me.
And these people have spears, almost like pikes. Clearly, getting in is very difficult, and no one can get into the city. And this eagle person guard goes, "Ah," and then just turns over to a small metal circle and goes, "Dwarven, Fire Dwarf Local 3? We have adventurers. Yes, 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 yes. All right." And he just like taps it. Oh, or a magic. It's kind of like magical, kind of like a, talking box. And he goes, "Your guide will come. One moment." Wait about 5 minutes. And then a dwarf shows up, the one you saw earlier actually, comes back out, sort of pokes their head out, and goes, "You follow me. Walk this
yes.
way."
I whisper to Aurora just before we go. I told you, tour guide.
You were right.
And this
Passes you a coin for our bet.
And this dwarf, who seems so important, has got these pieces of paper, and indeed, there are these like little maps of the city. And as you walk into the city, the inside of the city, most of the buildings are made of granite and balsite, and there's not as much of the of the metal here inside of the city walls itself. And once you step inside, you can see on the cobblestones little bits of plant life. Not when you're right near the wall, but once you get a little bit out of the perimeter of it, like the aura of it, you can see little bits of plants growing, but they're all very small, just in case, you know? And this dwarf moves you through this city, which is bustling and full of so many people. You see fire dwarves, and fire dwarves are first they're made of flesh. They're not the granite ones. They're not the stone ones, but they are all sorts of different colors. They're bronze, silver, gold, brown, white. Some are a little bit red. The colors all feel like metals and gems. But the one thing that sort of matches, that keeps them all sort of similar, is they all have fairly sort of bright shades of different sorts of red in their hair, which is probably why they're called fire dwarves after all. And as you're brought into this large hall, you walk in, and the hall itself is hot. There's this oppressive heat, and also the sun is rising. And there are forges everywhere. And it is loud. There's clanking, and you can see like people rushing in and out, and people are working on all sorts of metals. And this tour guide, brings you far to the back. And there you see, and it's interesting because there are little gaggles as you come inside the city. You notice there are these gaggles of fire dwarves all over the place. And many of them are like little groups, and there's usually one fire dwarf that is sitting on, well, let's call it a throne, but really it's a chair on a platform, so that they're sort of like sitting upon it. So you can see there's like clearly like different sort of guilds perhaps, or clans that are doing various businesses. And as you're brought back into the dwarven hall, you see this fire dwarf. The fire dwarf that you were told to meet, the one who's put out the ad, Panjamdrum Zbar. And Zbar is, you could probably guess, is about, maybe a little on the youngish side, not super young, like somewhere between 200 and 1,000 years old, probably, or the equivalent of like late 20s, perhaps. And they have long, flowing red hair with little flecks of yellow in it, and their skin is the color of you know that what's it called? It's the stone that looks sort of like metal. That's gray. What is that? It's and it's so fragile. Which one is it?
Obsidian?
No. It's more gray.
Hematite?
Yes, like hematite. Thank you. Thank you. Skin like hematite. And she's wearing she's got a big long beard and mane with a lot of also sort of yellow in it. And she's wearing these light silken robes. And as you notice when you're walking around, a lot of people are wearing silks, leathers. And she's got these slippers of scarlet leather. And they wear this necklace that is made of rubies. And the rubies are each the size of a chicken egg. And they're in this necklace that is hammered golden metal links, maybe gold perhaps, or brass, and he's wearing also a diadem of the same metal with this massive ruby right in the center, and this chair that they're sitting on, which is on a platform that is especially tall, probably the tallest one you've seen so far. And there's a magical aura that 3 of the 4 of you can sense, absolutely, coming off of them. And depending on which direction you look at them, their gender is, it's like a prism, right? Where you sort of stand or sit, they sort of shift the lines of their faces, sort of just shifts in sort of like the detail of it, just depending on where you're at. And Zabar looks at you, all 4 of you, such a strange conglomeration, and says, "Well, are these the adventurers who will come to find me and undertake a dangerous but important mission. Are you them?
Trooper, what would be the honorific for them? Like guildmaster or something of that nature, or trying to think of, this is like almost like a union, right? We're looking at. So
it is, and it would be guildmaster is probably good, but you're not certain. Most likely for this, you would say premier, and I want the word metallurgist, but the urgy is a little bit like thaumaturgy, right? So it's the premier metallurgist.
Then that's what Sir Bartlett would say. Premier metallurgist, my companions, and acting as almost the crier for his group. When somebody takes to the floor of a ball, he would simply bow both to them and then throw a bow to his group for them to proceed as well.
Interesting. I see you have manners that are often not used to in this space. And as you hear people talking, they are talking in, I suppose the thing that you might call it is Fire Dwarven, the Fire Dwarven language. But that's not really accurate, because it's not a racial language like that. It is the language that is spoken predominantly by Fire Dwarves, but anybody who trades with the Fire Dwarves or live in this area, they also all speak this language. It's sort of we might say something like French or German, right? But they sort of name it Fire Dwarven. And you can hear all this Fire Dwarven sort of in the background. But Zabar is speaking in common because they're not quite certain where you all come from. They can tell from your clothing that you are perhaps not local. And Zabar says, I appreciate your respect for our customs. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? As they sort of nod their crown at each one of you.
I'm Sir Bartlett the Grey, and I am accompanying this fine band. And he would simply turn and put a gauntleted hand, kind of presenting his companions.
You introduce yourself.
Sensing the awkwardness, Rukla steps forward and does a sort of a small, probably does like a small bow and goes, Rukla Thornbrush, I am a traveler of sorts, and I came here to learn more of the interesting plant life I have heard not very much about, and I would like to know more.
Fair. And you?
Nakanik of Clan Tastir.
Ah,
It's a pleasure to meet you.
glad to steer. Oh, from the far continent, yes?
Yeah, from as far as you can go from here, I suppose. It's been a long travel, especially for one, well, like me.
And you?
Hello, my name's Aura. I'm just traveling with my friends, learning new adventures.
Ooh, you have quite the magical aura about you, Aura. Someone of your strength does not just travel. Well, good and well done. I have a job for you, if you would undertake it. I wish for you to explore the fire dungeon of Zitpaz. Zitpaz, if you are not from here, is... This is no ruin, by the way, in case you were confused. This is not archaeology, this is espionage. Zitpaz is a wizard of a rival guild. And this is, what should we say, a mix between a raid and a spying mission. I will give you a substantial reward for whatever you can bring back from the dungeon. Tools, plans. Give me knowledge of what defenses this guild has, the Green Guild. And also, I have sent agents there previously, and they've never returned. If you might have knowledge of what happened to them, that would be useful. Do you undertake this mission?
No.
Looks to the
Goodbye,
rest of the group.
everyone.
Do we want to do this? Like, leans in. Do we want to do this, or do we want to do the cat sitting? I don't. There's still that option.
One goal
don't
for
understand
7
the
days is
bird
not
part.
much, to be honest. I feel like this one is at least a chance of a better payout, and more importantly, we want to get out of here and not to stay inside one of these stone buildings, sitting after a... Well, it's not even a cat, really.
Well, that's true. Okay, then yes.
I'm here to stay in one place, and this seems to get us out of one place, so
Mm-hmm.
the jungle's between here and there anyway.
Whichever you all decide.
Perhaps we should ask our patron to give us some form of support to allow our passage to be easier. I mean, I suppose I could fly there quite easily, but the rest of you would have much more difficulty.
I do have to walk.
Adventurers?
Can I presume that our payment is based on what we bring back? That we are not going to owe you anything should we fail. We simply just
No.
would not get paid.
No. But you do gain some very valuable gifts, one of which I would like returned.
Right. You don't have, say, the ability to indebt our ghosts.
No.
Okay.
No, I find ghosts to be somewhat frustrating to deal with.
Understandable. I just wanted to confirm that
Oh.
though we would plan to bring
Yes.
it back should our demise befall us, we are not obligated to continue. That debt does not get passed on.
No. You say yes?
Information, supplies, resources. You're not looking for us to bring back a bunch of treasure.
Well, if you find treasure, you may keep it, although plans of which I would like to have. That would be valuable for me. Let me...
Can you tell us a bit more about this Green Guild?
And perhaps more about the wizard who seems to be your rival.
What makes them so dangerous?
And she pulls out some flasks. And she hands each of you 3 flasks. And it's a sort of a small flask, and inside there is a fluid
Only
that is
3.
blue. And it's
Text
He's
magic on
warm.
these. I don't trust him. I don't trust random flasks from people.
they're definitely magical, by the way.
Give it a good sniff.
Ooh.
Have any of us seen one of these before?
Tell me what the climate is like where you're from, each one of you.
Sorry, one more time.
The climate.
Yeah, I think Rukala's from somewhere fairly like temperate. Probably on the we'll go with kind of like the Pacific Northwest, like but like in the sort of temperate rainforest kind of
Yes.
very mossy, pure cottagecore vibes.
Or it's totally mountains.
Mountains.
Same for Bartlett. Cold weather, dry, but also
Why we
you know,
bonded.
right.
Yeah. Nakanik, what about your climate?
I think I'll take the hot climate. I come from a mostly desertous landscape.
How hot?
Oh, it scorches during the day, but during the evening, it's only a bit toasty.
All right. In which case, I would like an intelligence roll from you.
Of course.
Is there any way we can help with these? Like, can we? Can we help action in this game?
Interesting. You, if you would like to help, and you have the ability to do magic, so
I
not
do.
our Bartlett, I'm afraid. You may roll your intelligence, and you may roll at a 20, and whatever you give above a 20, you can hand over to Nakanik, who needs to get a 30.
Oh, so anything above a 20, I can give to you.
I get the remainder. Yeah.
So it's 2d6, right?
Mm-hmm. Plus your intelligence.
So that's I rolled a 4 plus my intelligence is a 26.
You get a +6.
I have a 24 base, so I'm at a 30.
Just stand in 30. Yes.
All right. You got that. That is fair. This is a magic potion called Viron. You don't know how to make it, Aura, but you've heard of it. You have tasted it once, Nakanik. It tastes like snow. And it protects you from extreme heat. Not just like some heat, but extreme heat. Doesn't last forever. Use each one as a dose, but when you've had to go and delve into places near lava or something like this, this would be a thing that people would use to protect them from extreme heat. And Zabar, she hands these potions out to each of you. These are expensive. As for the dungeon, you will probably need these. If you do not understand our time, you might, if you're from the family, I think you are. It is very hot there in the forges of this dungeon. You will need these to survive. And I provide these for free. Also, and he pulls out this contraption. And it is, it looks like a handle wrapped in leather. It's all metal brass, and there's like a cog, and there's like a, the old kind of egg beaters, right? With like this kind of like a turning device, but on the bottom it's not like too blending things, right? It's like a slightly movable 5-pronged with different sorts of prongs, sort of metal plate, and it tastes like magic for Yora. And they hand this over, Aura, to you, and it is heavy, but it's lighter than it looks like it should be. And he says to you, this is a winding key.
Oh, interesting.
It is used to open any door of our types.
Very interesting.
This will open almost any of the dwarven make, the artificer type mechanisms and doors that are found here in this area. Any door secured by a Zorrian ratchet lock. But I warn you, you should not use that to open up the doors of the homes of the people in Zakaria.
That'd be rude. Very rude.
It would. This, I would request to be returned. When you return, there are very few of these locks, these special winding keys. Only premier metallurgists have them.
we thank you very much for this, and I will assure you we will do our very best not to lose this.
Good. And one last thing. But this thing. And they reach below their seat, and they pull out this leather pouch that is about so tall. And they look to Nakanik. It is about this big, very tightly wrapped, and the wrap is leather cords sealed with a wax seal. And they hold this out to you, this full leather pouch sealed.
I gently take it.
And it shrinks to your size. Of the clan that we respect, this is something that you should not open until you reach the inside of the cave. You could open it sooner, but I don't recommend it. It'll make more sense once you're inside. Oh, I will say, it will give you perhaps a hint about how to get more of the treasure that you adventurers always are wanting, which is not my main interest. So, I would like to know all of the defenses. I would like any plans, any tools, keys, whatever else is yours, and the whereabout information about my agents. Don't open it now. And if you have anything else that you might need.
Not Rukla, but 100% Lauren is like, the more you say don't open it now, the more Lauren will
Now.
open it
So
now.
bad.
Don't
Just
do it.
Don't open it. Just open it now, right in front of him.
Just
Just
don't
do
open
it.
it now.
I remove a hairpin from the back of my head, and my long braid unspools out. I tie the braid around the bag and pin it back to the top of my head.
And it
Won't
just
open it now.
nestles right there.
Yeah.
Just nestles right there. And with that, they look to you and they say, well, there is an adventure and quite a trek. It's 10 leagues.
I was still wondering what else you could tell us about the Green Guild. You sort of glossed over that when you handed us a bunch of things. Very nice. Do appreciate the supplies.
Shall we
Are
say
they also
corporate?
fire dwarves?
Yes. Yes. Quite aggressive in their negotiations.
When you say aggressive,
Violent.
you mean okay.
Violent, yes. Yes. They also have taken some things that do not belong to them, including schematics for something I've been working on for about,
Proprietary information.
yes, 347 years. Zitapaz is rude,
That
disrespectful.
sound quite rude.
You
Do you
don't
have a
have to
personal
kill them.
relationship with Depaz? Or...
No longer.
Right.
It hasn't been a while, and I don't really want to speak to Zipaz again.
You don't need to.
No,
giving you a
I
sense
really,
of
it is, you know...
attention.
Is this a business or is it more
business? It is business now.
Because it's
No. It doesn't
sound like
now
business.
No, well, it is all business now,
Do
isn't
you
it?
want us to
Oh.
leave a letter or something there?
Well, I have not
maybe, like,
received a
shove over
letter. No.
Oh.
You know how long? Zitapaz has not sent me a letter in 700 years, but has sent people to raid. I would like to know what the defenses are. I would like to know if you find any diaries. That would be fine as well.
So personal information as well as business information also acceptable.
Yes.
Do you want him dead?
I'm just going to say I'm not really in the business murdering
Yes,
people.
yes.
No,
Yes.
I'm kind of more gauging on what the
Oh,
anger
oh.
level is about this. You know, it's if they like.
Right, perhaps
Or
a
this
stern
is-
talking to.
Yes, like can we just talk
true.
to them?
I'm
Maybe like
very
you
good
need
at
to
that.
call your friend back. They are very
Yes.
upset.
I've got a good mom voice.
Like, is this something we can reunite?
They have walked a path of darkness, and I could not bring them back. If you can speak reason to them, that would be interesting.
Do they have any connection to the murder plants?
Oh, no, they're far
That's
too
just part
south.
of this costume.
Although I should say that while most of them... you brought up the murder plants. I suppose I should give you a piece of advice then.
Love information.
Yes. A map. Oh, where did I put it? Ooh. And she pulls out a map that is very similar to the one that you have. Just there is a path that is sort of notched within it, and a stronger map. A path that will take you from Zakaria to the fire dungeon. And she says, let me give you some advice. Don't leave the path. You may be tempted, but most of the plants won't get onto the path. They won't move onto the path. They won't walk there, shall we say.
Plants walk here?
Yes.
Like with feet or just...
They're not as rooted as...
That's terrifying.
I'm in the right place.
There's a thing about plants and roots. The roots grow when they need sustenance.
Roots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do.
Yes.
Oh no.
They're looking for mulch.
Isn't that just ground up trees?
Sometimes it's dead people.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's mostly dead people, so I would recommend not leaving the path.
Wait, so the roots, one of those days, the roots could walk all over you?
Yes.
Well, I think they would be more like they would grow on over you.
Well, you see...
But I guess the same thing, really.
It's considered disrespectful. You should not be lying when you should be truthing. And you do not want those plants to grow all over you. No. Yes.
I'm not quite so far along in my life that I'm ready to become mulch. So
No.
I thank you for the suggestion to remain on the path.
Stay on
I
the
have
path.
definitely heard it.
Don't open the bag, stay on the path. Go totally
Don't open the bag,
get
stay on the
both
path.
of these correct.
Yes.
This reminds me of one time
Sorry,
I went
open
to
the
my
bag, stay on the
grandmother's
path.
house.
No.
We run into the
Open
woods.
path, stay on the bag.
And just open the bag in the woods. No.
I
No,
trust you all are
we-
taking
we-
notes because I won't remember this.
We open the bag to when we get to where we're going. Until then, we stay upon the path, just like you would when you're going to your grandmother's house.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm glad you're here.
Good. So, before we take our break, I ask you this question. What is your equipment? What armor? What weapons? That is for you to ponder during our break. Because you have what you would have. I mean, you don't have like the Ark of the Covenant, but you may have
Like a high-powered weed whacker.
perhaps a high-powered a weapons, armor, equipment that is your choice that you would have
Bottle of
taken on you on this
weed
journey.
Killer, like
Yeah.
Weed
We
killer.
all brought weed killer for some
Oh,
reason.
so
I don't
weird.
know why. No
really
reason.
convenient that.
So,
It was a sale at the last village.
indeed, we are going to go to break, but before we do, I want to say that I want to give a special shout out to our two sponsors, Hawkeye and also Willen TW, and I will give you more information on them at our end. But go and get some food. It could be plants. Don't be plant food. Stretch your legs. Drink some water. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, they are going to take the trek to the fire dungeon. That's what we're doing, everybody. We'll be right back.
checks out, I think.
The math checks out.
Looking
Welcome
for the
back,
lowest
everybody.
numbers.
Hey, everybody had some. By the way, we had a lovely raid. Thank you, raiders. Hi, welcome in. We have been talking about getting their equipment on the backside, and they're thinking about it. And here's how, in case you're interested, here's how equipment works. You can have mostly just a lot of equipment. That's fine. But there are strength requirements for your armor and your weapons, and they stack. So you have up to your strength in that amount of stuff. So if you have like cloth armor, which has a strength of 2 or 3, and you can have a dagger that has a strength of 1, that brings you up to a 4. If you have a strength of 5, like some people do, that means that you probably cannot have a massive broadsword because it's just above your strength level. But you could dual wield daggers, but some people might have a strength 16, which allows them to wear some pretty heavy armor and also some weapons because they have you don't have to track all the encumbrance in that way. Just like, oh, let's just stack it up to your strength and there you go. So I would love to know what sort of gear you all have. Let me know something about your character through the kind of gear you have. You're muted.
I have options
All right, I'm
based
ready.
on how I want to break the math out. I only have 5 points to play with, so it's not a lot of options. Really just is a question of, do I go more offensive or more defensive?
And I will note, by the way,
like
I will note that ranged weapons use dex.
that is better for me, but I do still need to meet the strength requirement, which I will note that, for example, thrown weapons include a small rock, which requires a strength of 5.
Nice.
Also,
So I could wield a small rock. I meet the dex requirement too, but then I wouldn't have any armor.
Oh.
And all I would have is a small rock.
it's also important, just for the record, that a small rock, they do give a description of what a small rock could be. It's a pebble.
You're serious?
I'm just saying 5 is not a great strength score.
Yeah, no. A medium rock is the size of a tennis ball. Like, that just gives you an idea of their rock judging. Large rock is a small melon.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
very.
We're ready.
Not so much the carrying, but the throwing.
Yes.
That is the challenge.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Pocket sling still takes it. Like, I don't actually think I could do throwing stars
Yeah?
and wear cloth armor. That math works out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I was thinking of a blow dart.
Mm-hmm.
That's just your lungs, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. But like, how's your armor going? I'm gonna ask Grimjack. Grimjack, what are you gonna do with your equipment? Tell me what you got going on.
Okay, so sticking with Sir Bartlett's backstory, so to speak, he has got on the traditional like European full plate, and he has just a regular sword, not a long sword or a broadsword, or his advanced years. This is all he can wield, but a sword and his armor. But he should be able to take some punishment.
Yes.
We'll put that to the test.
We will put that. Let's just know somebody's going to be wanting to be getting in front of everybody else, it seems like to me. What else equipment do you have? What else are you carrying? You got like a good sword. You've got some plate armor, pretty heavy. What else do you have?
I can't. I'm going to just go ahead and say, in his youth, he probably had a shield as well. But that's something that, with the blindness in his one eye and his inability to even see anything coming anymore, it's more like he just turned his body into the shield by putting on heavier and heavier armor. And I would assume that he probably carries whatever is the free equivalent of like a knife.
Sure. But do you have caltrops? Like, what do you have on you? Do you have a rope? Do you have a 10-foot pole? What do you got going on? I want to know.
Nope, none of that. Nothing that could help. No. He would have everything that we need to travel. He would have his iron rations. He would have all that neat stuff. But he wouldn't have anything that would necessarily be utilitarian, like a caltrops or like marbles or ball bearings or anything like that. That would be helpful in some type of foot race or something like that. I think that probably the only thing that he would have would be something from like a military campaign. Like he would have the equivalent of like a wood carved chess set with him or something of that, something to be done on the battlefield, something to take your, other than that, it's just strictly survival mechanics. You know, he never carried a rope, never needed one. The battlefield is usually one level. So
you don't have like a, I don't know, like a keepsake from somebody in your past, or like
I would say that
friends?
to go back to the wire work, which now
Yeah.
I wish that he was a jeweler instead. But I think that what we'll go back for is he probably has some really good, like I'd say like 30 feet of like finely woven
Yeah.
cable.
Yeah.
Like just, you know, what would essentially be known as like a trapeze line.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
but it's not really enough to do anything with, but
Yeah.
he just has like 30 or 40 feet of it. Just to
Aw. 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 Rugula, what are you carrying?
I think we're gonna go. I'm gonna go because this seems fine. I have a blowpipe
Nice.
because I think I've sort of specialized in delivering
Poison.
toxins, poisons,
Weird.
nap time
As a
solutions.
person who knows lots about plants. It's
I
like-
do know a lot about plants, so
Mhm,
I figured that seemed to tie into kind of, you know, sometimes you
Yeah.
just need to knock someone out,
Yeah.
and it's a speedy delivery mechanism. I also have cloth armor. I don't really. If I am up in the fight, then it has gone horribly wrong. That is not her thing. Rugla does not want to be up there.
No.
It's, you know, if she cannot admonish you into submission, then really that's just not going to go well for her. So I have cloth armor, so she wears like nice like clothing. I think she definitely, you can see a lot of evidence of her clothes being mended. She takes pretty good care of her things, but it is well worn. And then I do have a small dagger, which is more of like a pocket knife for, you know, you need to cut things down sometimes, right? Like cutting off plants and getting samples and things like that. I think she has a very small like prep kit for the things that she makes, but she doesn't plan on making a lot of them on the road. She makes like a lot of them sort of in locations. Maybe she borrows equipment or things like that, but she has enough to like, she has like a mini mortar and pestle in case she needs to grind something up, some spare containers. They're all like were previously like sweet containers or things like that. Like anything can be reused. Did this once have something in it? This is a tiny box and I can use it for something else.
Could I just ask, because I'm curious?
Yeah.
And I'm not implying anything about you.
Yeah.
Do you have poison on you?
Look, there are certain things that are a tummy no-no. To use the wise words from the Black Forager on TikTok. It's a tummy no-no. And so sometimes you don't want to eat the things, but all things serve a function. All plants, all things she has on her serve a purpose. And what is, you know, one person's poison is also sometimes someone else's poison.
So not one person's trash and somebody else's treasure. It's just like,
sometimes it's just poison.
okay. I just wanted to know.
some call it a poison, another person calls it a peanut. I mean, it's just you're not sure.
Also that.
Yeah.
But she has like the ultimate like day hike kit, or like like she's got snacks and, you know, like high protein, high calorie snacks. She's got sunscreen and bug repellent and like everything that you might want in a first aid kit, bandages,
very nice.
Neosporin equivalents, like just she's very prepared for suddenly being responsible for a group of small children.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Like water purifying tablets,
Yes,
like
yes.
You know, the whole that's kind of like if it is something you would expect to take on a day hike or like a trip to Disneyland, she's probably got it.
What about poison antidotes? I'm just curious. Curious.
Probably.
Just asking.
I think so. I think she like definitely things for like upset stomachs, headaches, nausea,
yes, of course.
fatigue, you know, probably certain like food poisonings or well-known toxins, but she isn't as familiar with this area, so she may not have the specifics that she would need, but she would have things that like induce vomiting and you know, if you're in trouble.
All right. Werewolf.
Mm-hmm.
You're Pixie. Tell me what gear you have.
Oh, I'm a fairy. My cousin's a pixie.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I remember that. I do remember that. You had a whole thing, but we did not talk about your cousin. I am so sorry. I do not mean to be disrespectful.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, so he's got his wicked looking obsidian knife. It's strapped across his stomach. A lot of his clothing has a large amount of straps on it because he wants to maximize how much he can carry with his body weight rather than sticking to his arms and legs. Yeah. Despite being a weightlifter, he's also smart. He's got his wing prosthetics. Obviously, it's only on one half of one of his wings. It clicks when it moves. He's got a vest underneath all the straps that's made of various pieces of cloth quilted together. If you could see in the back, his name is actually written inside because it was made by his mother. And heavy leather gloves that cover him up to his elbows. Over the gloves, although they're currently just strapped somewhere on his body right now, he would be able to thread on some brass knuckles. Because if there's one thing that this fairy knows how to do, it's throw a punch to other fairies, usually or a medium-sized frog. It's quite good at taking down frogs.
That is fair. That is fair. What other kind of equipment might you have on you?
He's got a pack. There's a small water bottle, which he can fill with using like a couple dewdrops or two. There's enough for like a campfire, so he's got some flint inside, so he can always light a spark whenever it's necessary. A log book, so when he comes up with new stories or hears tales from other people, he writes down little notes.
Makes me happy.
And of course, they get embellished by him later on because that's how it works.
Yeah.
And not much food. He travels very light in terms of food. There's some high protein seeds.
Yeah.
But if he really needs to eat something, he can usually try and forage rather than carry it on him and be another thing he has to carry.
Yeah. Okay. That leaves our wizard, Aura. What do you have on you?
So I found out there are wands at the end of the book, so that just completely sidetracked everything. I'm not strong enough to have a staff. So instead, I'm going to take a magic wand that doesn't actually do anything to help me in combat, but sounds much cooler than a dagger now.
Magic
so
wands
who
are
needs
cool.
to do damage? I got a wand. I also found if I just take the cuirass, the torso front and metal plates, that's only 2 weight, and that's 6 armor. So I have metal sheets strapped to my chest and my back, a little wand in one hand, and in my other hand's a bag full of caltrops because those weigh 0, and I'm gonna make it rain caltrops on everyone.
Nice. Okay, I'm into it. What other kind of gear do you have on you?
Besides that, she's very simple. A backpack full of notebooks, pens, not pens, we don't have pens, quills and ink, lots of that, different colors. It kind of, I don't know, scrapbook-esque kind of thing. She's like shoves leaves and stuff and flowers from their travels anytime. I think she gets a story from Sir Bartlett. She draws little drawings in there and like tries to match things if he sees like, oh, this leaf brings about this story. She takes the leaf and puts it in the book. And
now I want that book.
So, we got to keep telling stories
then. So here's my question for you all as you're beginning to walk out of the city. It's 10 leagues. You can go about 5 leagues a day. So this is going to be 2 days to get there. And as you're walking out, which you have to go to the south of the city, as you're walking toward the south, you see traders, right? Not traitors with a T, but traders with a D, and people who are like sort of setting up their caravan. What you do not see are horses. It's not a thing they do here. They do have riding animals. If you are interested in that sort of a thing.
What animals are they? I mean, the way you said that, I just...
So, you've never seen them before. They're called Zgrok, Zgrokk, Zgrok. They're like crocodiles, but they have long legs that they walk on, you know? Because again, the climate here is not good for horses, right? And horses just don't like the jungles. You know what I mean? It's just not really a thing. Or the steppe mountains. Like, it's just volcanoes, not a thing. And also, most of the dwarves here find horses too big. So you do have the Zgrok. And they're like a long-legged crocodile. And they're warm-blooded. They're usually about like 10 feet long, including their mouth, which is quite long, and tail. They've got this like short little wide head, huge mouthful of molars because they're actually herbivores. It's mostly a plant eater. They're about 4 feet tall off the ground, so people who are not massively tall can sit on them comfortably. If you're super tall, you can like hook your legs up, because they're quite long. You can find a way. They've got little saddles. You can sit on their front shoulders. They're very nice. Very tough, leathery skin of like mottled orange and brown. Huge claws on their feet. All 4 feet. Totally domesticated. That's what in this place, you see them. People like hauling up on their scrogs and with like packs and like heading off. The scrogs don't really walk super fast, but they allow you to carry more things on them without having it being sort of weighed down.
Oh, we're taking one, right? Or a couple? We're writing these?
I'm on board with.
As soon as I heard herbivore, I
Scroggle
knew.
horse.
Yeah.
Now, you are on the inns, right? With a very, very important person, and so you can get Skrok as part of your job, because you're doing a very important job for them. So, of course, you may have...
We also only need 3.
It is
I
true.
presume.
Do you want your own? I don't want to take that away from
That's true. That's
you.
true.
You get your choice.
It truly does not matter for me. I just gesture to myself and gesture to the size of the gigantic crocodile creature. If you wish to take a beast, we shall take a beast of burden. If you shall not take a beast of burden, it's fine. To be frank, most of y'all are practically my beasts of burden, considering I can stuff things into your bags without you knowing and, well, sit amongst you.
Is that where this came from? Like,
acorns?
pulls out a bag of acorns.
Oh no, the stash!
You can use them for bread. I was being helpful.
Very kind. I'm not mad about that.
You are each given, for those who will want one, a goad. It's like a pointed stick made of like obsidian from a volcano. It has a flat end and a pointed end, and what you're supposed to do, it's very tricky to ride them, is to sort of poke it on the end that opposite of where you want to go, or to move it forward, you sort of like lay the flat end on the back of its head.
This is like reins, kind of, in the way you use it. Do
We're
we get to
riding
practice
crocodiles
a
with
little
stick.
bit?
This sounds Florida.
Yeah. Make a roll, my friends, if you're going to be riding off on your Zgroks.
I would like to try and like maybe at the stables, like they have a little pen, be like, I would like to just get the hang of it in the pen before I commit to this.
The crash course riding class.
A dex save. Level 2.
Okay.
So you're looking at a 25.
This is 25.
25.
Okay.
25 dex.
I should be fine.
Only 2d6 or 3d6?
11. I got
2d6.
32
Oh.
because my dex
2d6.
is 21.
2, okay.
I'll help one of y'all because I feel sorry for
You are an insect trainer, so
I am going to need help
similarities
desperately.
You might want
between insects.
Maybe you should be on his Strok.
I don't know if I should. I got a critical fail.
Did you roll
What?
3?
I did.
Yeah.
Nice.
You don't have Maya's rock.
I didn't need any help, thanks.
Nice.
I don't know what's going on your end of everything, but
Nice. Love it. This is very good. This is
What
very
did we
good.
need?
oh my god, I doubled it.
Oh, you did? Okay. Roll again. Roll again.
Mm.
Because in this one, if you get doubles, you get to roll again.
That's true.
You do it.
Oh, I doubled it again.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Doubled again.
no.
Doubled again. Okay. Okay. So we're at 10.
I did it.
16 plus your dex, my friend.
Oh,
Oh.
that's beautiful.
Okay. That's amazing.
Is your dex at least 4?
It's my dex is an 11, so I
Oh,
did
that-
it.
yeah,
25.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yes. Yes. How's Aura on the Zrock?
Hold on. I am trying to. How do you roll on here? It's just roll.
There's a save.
Save.
Macro that I gave you. A
Roll the
6
6.
plus your dex.
23.
Oh, okay. All right.
17.
So you missed it by 2. That's good to know. That's good to know. So so 2 people made it. 1 person missed it by 2. 1 person got a critical fail. Nice.
I think the critical fail was on helping, not writing.
The
They
funny
couldn't
thing
get
is,
onto it.
with the critical fail, that's still a 22, but it's still a critical fail.
But it's a critical fail. And you were trying to help, were you not?
Yes, I'm trying to help.
Great. Good. So let's talk about moving out out of the city. You know,
feels so good.
What's it
about
like
this
playing a
writing
wizard, everybody?
experience.
I'm gonna roll.
moving out into
Right.
it's so exciting. I really feel like I should have something that's like quite like amusing as you just like walk out of there. Yes, and as you sort of move out. Rugula, this is easy actually, as it turns out.
Oh yeah, it's like riding a bicycle horse.
They're a little bit tricky, right? Because they're weird crocodiles, but like you get this easy peasy.
She's traveled. She's ridden things that are non horse mounts before. There's that one time I went to this island and they rode on whales in the ocean, and that was an experience.
Oh, did you get cool plankton?
I did. Yes.
Nice.
You've got to
Yeah.
stay away from the blowhole, or it just kind of gets you right in the face.
Aura, this is way more difficult than you thought it was. You're having a hard time getting this grok to go the way you want it to. It's going. It's going, but sometimes you want it to go a little slower and it doesn't, or a little faster and it doesn't. And sometimes you want it to maybe go more this way and it kind of goes a little bit more this way. You're getting there, but it's a little tiring.
You're pausing.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
worried.
Some
Is this
people
when my
are,
health shows up?
No, you're fine. Some people are in very heavy plate, and this is going to be very difficult to do. But I imagine you have ridden before. I imagine you're pretty experienced in it.
I would think that the entire this whole thing comes down to not Sir Bartlett's ability to ride this thing or the Mount's ability to accept him. It comes down to our conversation. And Sir Bartlett gets like in this croc's face, like looking right into like the perspective of the pointy maw, and just says, "I weigh a lot, and I'm old. We can work together."
Yeah. And it does. It works with you, except
It eats my friend.
there is this really annoying small thing trying to help, which spooks it and makes it distressed. Very distressed. I'm gonna make a roll right now.
Oh dear.
Make a roll. And I'm gonna need you, Nakanik, to also make a roll.
Which What role
Yeah.
would you like?
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to make a roll. I feel like this is probably gonna be Dex. That's what I'm thinking for this one here. I think.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna roll 9d6.
What?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Roll 9d6.
That seems excessive. Like,
Mhm, mhm.
Trooper, it's worse than that.
Yeah, yeah.
Question: if this is for damage, did damage explode? Like if you roll 9 ones?
No, because it
Okay.
only explodes on your save. So please roll that save, which will be 2d6 plus your dex.
I did.
Plus your. Did you get a catastrophic failure again? Nice. Mhm,
Yes,
nice.
I did.
It's fine.
Who had the over under on us not making it out of the city? Go back in chat. Somebody had us TPK here.
Please roll if you would mind. If you wouldn't mind. That's 3 plus your dex,
Yep.
plus your combat adds.
Plus my combat adds.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I use this 3. I don't reroll again. That's 25.
Great. I'm gonna roll 8d6 right now. Did I tell you they're very big? Did I tell you that? They are. They're quite big. Yeah, I'm gonna just roll 8d6 plus their combat adds, but don't worry about it. That's a 25.
Is this an attack on him?
Yes, it is.
I am going to insert myself
Yes,
in this
it
then.
is. It's a surprise attack, though.
What happens during a tie?
But the thing is, you are dodging. You don't get to attack back, but you are dodging. What did you roll?
I rolled a 25.
I rolled a 25. This thing is going to swat at you with its claws because you're up in its face, and it is freaked out.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how it does not. Do you have any armor on?
It's cloth.
Cloth. All right.
Yeah.
Tell me how this thing does not get through your armor. How are you able to avoid this claw blow of this large thing?
Mm-hmm. So the claw comes
Mhm.
down, and
Mhm.
I kind of like swerve to the left. My little fairy wings are beating as hard as they can. There's clicking sounds coming from the prosthetic, and it is so close, and I see my life flash before my eyes. Small times going through the desert, being a happy little fairy, times of being a harder little fairy. And then my life continues flashing because I'm flying up, and it's pulling me down. Because I have a lot of straps, and one
Yeah.
of its little talons is just stuck. Stuck in a strap. And we're both like fighting each other's trying.
Who wants to try to calm this one down? Because this one's freaking out.
I mean, is it like full on like attacking though? I mean,
It swiped at it, and it needs to be calmed down, right? This is all in y'all.
can I roll a strength to like basically step on its foot to keep it from attacking? Almost not trying to hurt the creature, but at the same time, this is almost like I mean, I guess if we were
Or,
in
like,
some type
putting
of Florida
weight
sideshow, yeah, I'd be grabbing it
its
around the
back,
neck.
like-
Yeah.
to kind of force it back to the ground.
Yes. I think that's
Seems
fair.
so confident.
No,
Okay.
I'm like, because here's the thing. You could approach dealing with this freaked out Zgrok in many different ways. But
It's him grabbing hold of
Yeah,
it and kind
yeah.
of, just doing like
Yeah.
the equivalent of a there now, there
Yeah.
easy. Yeah.
I think this is better than my plan, which was immediately to be like, drug it. Do I have like catnip?
Please roll your strength. This will be a difficulty 2, so you need a 25. Doubles again. Okay.
And with a 16, that's a 28.
Yes. You wrestle this thing. You wrestle it like you tell me about how you get this large look. The Croc's freaked out because there's this like fairy that was all up in its face trying to help, and it didn't know what was going on. It's very upset.
And again, this is from his youth. This is not something that Bartlett would be capable of like remembering or utilizing at this point. But if he had heard these creatures making sounds to
Yeah.
one another, or
Yeah.
just like pleasant, like, gurgles, or, he would try to imitate that sound as he kind of grabs hold. And on his blind side, his left side that he can't really see, he would reach down the arm of the beast until he finds the one nail that caught his friend, and slowly pull that strap off, and then just kind of pat the top of the paw or whatever. There now. Fun's over.
I think I'm just gonna sit in the back.
And Bartlett would turn, knowing full well that you were attempting to help him, and sincerely say, "Thank you for that."
I pull myself up to my full almost 7 inches of height and say, "Thank you for saving me."
I did nothing.
No, you did a lot.
And I imagine your group begins its travel. And I imagine Rugla's like, fine. Just like, boop, doop, doop, like, got it going.
At some point, my notebook came out, and I'm writing this whole thing down, this exchange. This will be excellent for the...
You're going to be famous, right? You're going to make a whole bunch of, like, plays about this that, like, I see
all
it.
about Sir Bartlett.
I see it. And you begin your journey. And for those who want to see our space, right? You begin your journey from Zakaria all the way south is where you're headed. And the sun is hot and oppressive as you're moving. And you are, it's beautiful. Like, this is a very beautiful place in its own way. You can, like, the first, like, maybe a half a league out, when you sort of come out of the city, you can see farms. A bunch of farms, but it doesn't take long before there aren't farms anymore. You're not very far out of the city before you start getting into the wilds. You're moving through the Xinjiang Mountains towards these sort of like marshes and these jungles. It's a marshy forest, and you can smell the richness of the loam, and you can hear insects everywhere. And the land is rising, and it gets drier as you move forward. And you're climbing through the foothills of this place. Now, there are a number of paths that lead off to multiple directions, but you have a good map. So you will not wander off mysteriously to the bad places, involuntarily, of course. The map is a bit faint, but you'll have to navigate by landmarks, but you have a cartographer here. The main landmarks, of course, are the distant peak of Zakaria, which is where the fire dungeon is. And as you're traveling through this beautiful land, rising and falling slowly, tiny streams every which way, that all make its way down to the great Zorr River. And it's quiet except for the sounds of nature. And as you travel, you see these little stands, little crops of jungle, it's not like a full jungle, but like little jungle patches, little patches of jungle, sort of like rise up out of the earth here and there, and you see these wild and untamed trees, twisted, deep little spots where there's no light at all. And as you're traveling, maybe half a day on your wonderful Zdrox, and I don't know if you sing or what you do. Tell me, what is this like as you're traveling in this sort of moment?
The only thing Sir Bartlett would do is pull his mount up beside arugula at some point, and limiting the number of times that he would ask, anytime he would see any plant that catches his eye, he would wait. It's kind of like timing, like I can only ask one every 5 minutes or so. Be like, what's that right there? That one, the red one. And that's it. That's all he does. He's just fascinated by everything.
So Rikla knows we're not supposed to leave the path,
That is correct.
but like how close to the edge of the path can she get before it's constituted as leaving? Like, can she, like take a sample or stop and smell the
We
flowers?
could tie a rope around you. So if you get too, we could just yank you back
Because
to the path.
I think Bartlett asking these questions is probably the only thing that's keeping her from edging too close. Because she's like, oh, what is that? And then like, oh, we should. I'll just start telling you what I read about this thing, and then start talking about it and get distracted from the part where I want to like go and like push my face in it.
Yeah, I mean, this part of the trip, did I say trap? I'm sorry. This part of the trip seems totally safe to leave the path. I mean, you're not in the middle of dense
I mean, I'm
forest
not
or anything.
leaving so much as walking up to the edge of the path. And like
absolutely.
maybe part of my body would leave the path, but my feet are still on it.
Absolutely.
At some point, though, close to the start of this, I would have detected magic on this path in the area around it, just to like see if there's like a magical defense,
Yeah.
like don't step off the path kind of thing.
At the moment you don't feel anything, you just feel the residual of the city that it's very clearly that they have set up pretty strong defenses for whatever kind of creatures, plant creatures, would be coming from the north. But as you're moving here, you don't really see much, and it's feeling there's something a little bit relaxed about it, and you're not feeling too much danger here.
Doesn't feel very dangerous. I mean,
Well, how much experience do you have in carnivorous plants?
I think you're muted.
You're muted. You're
Your
muted.
voice.
I was gonna say this is the first time for everything. I've seen like the small ones, but where I'm from, they're not particularly common. They tend to be found more in drier climes than where and I think as she's saying that, she sort of like walks up to the edge of the path. She's not gonna step off of it. But is there like a plant that she can reach?
Do you want to know something really interesting? And I'm just going to say it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just going to note it. So here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
There are some very cool little plants
Yeah.
right by the edge of the path. But what's so funny, and really, Aura would
Mhm.
very clearly notice that the path winds its way, right? And there are these like little stands of like jungle tree patches, and the path always avoids them. And there are probably some very cool,
Really.
very
really
cool
are.
plants in there, but the path
Yeah.
always avoids them. You've got cool, like there's some little red flowers, with little red and orange that you could get with like clippings of without having to like really leave the path. But I wonder what's in those jungle bits. Like, that's so interesting. I bet there's something really cool there. And why does the path always avoid them? Like, what's up with that?
How high do we think an intelligence of 10 is?
Average.
How much self-preservation comes along with that?
That's a good question.
When it says leave the path, if you're flying like our little fairy can do, does it actually touch the ground, right? That would be fine.
Well, I don't
That's
know.
not how curses work.
But if we
There's
tethered him
loopholes.
to someone on the path, then arguably speaking, they're
They would still
constituted
be
as
on the
one
path.
being, and the being is still on the path.
I do appreciate everyone is volunteering me for this mission without even consulting if I'm interested or not.
Do you like cool stuff?
There's
Here's
a
what I will
scream.
What?
There's a scream.
Like from one of these jungly areas.
Well, you can actually see exactly where it's coming from. It's right out that way. There's a little bit of a bend, and you see a tree.
Mhm.
Tree. Yep. And it's like 60 feet tall, this tree. It's one of these trees that's on the edges of one of these sort of like jungle patches where the path gets close to it. The path right by this one little jungle patch. Quite close. Really close. And at the edge, right between this jungle path, this path you have that will take you where you need to go that you're not supposed to leave, theoretically. And this patch, there's this massive tree that is 60 feet tall and 30 feet in diameter. And it like moves, like it stretches up to this point, and at the top all of these leaves come out that like shade everything. It's beautiful. It is also, at the moment, being cut down by a work duty, like a work detail is what we'd call it. There are about, I don't know, 6 or 7 or 8 dwarves, maybe a couple of hobs and a leprechaun. So maybe about 10, a crew of about 10. And they are all working on trying to cut this tree down. They've got one of those huge, big, long saws, right? That 2-person saws. But this tree is so huge that they can't even really, have to, cut, a little, a sector of it. And then move to the side. And they're working really hard to try to cut this tree down. The scream, of course, came from one of these workers. There are also guards here. A number of dwarven guards. 10 of them, all standing guard, trying to protect this detail. But what you can see as you walk down the path that's going to walk right by all of this madness, unless you left the path, would be these guards battling things coming out of the trees, presumably trying to stop this from happening. Spiders the size of dogs. Insects. By the way, I was like, insects, interesting. Insects as long as they're swords. Birds as large as eagles, diving out of their nests up in these branches, dive bombing down. And I don't know, maybe they're protecting their home, maybe they're just hungry. It's really unclear. But there is a gaggle of spiders and birds and like mosquitoes, this long mosquitoes, diving down, attacking, and these guards are like battling them off with swords and with spears, trying to protect these workers on this detail. They're aiming to cut this tree down so they can probably make lots of things with it. And it's probably a little bit disrespectful. Nonetheless, one of the screams came from one of the workers who got stabbed, right through the shoulder by this huge mosquito. So the path you're walking on is going to take you about 20 feet from this whole thing, real close.
So what I'm hearing you say is we could avoid walking really close to this carnage by just taking a little short hop, skip, and a jump through that jungle.
I mean, you could just go into that marshy, boggy, jungly place. I mean, there are these very tall grasses. You have no idea what's in them. And it's just off the path. So, I mean, it's really... Oh, here, let me
Or
help you.
walk past the dog-sized mosquitoes.
Is the fighting happening on the path?
It's right next to the path, because they have left the path to cut down this tree.
But the bad things aren't crossing into the path, are
No,
they?
they're not.
Oh, so
Not
we can just be like, sorry, pardon us. Just
At
walk
the
on
That's
by.
bait.
Just excuse us, pardon me.
Coming through.
Mhm.
Nothing to see here.
Now,
Just past.
yeah, I'm sure it'll be totally fine. And I would note that the guards, they see you, and one gets attacked with this giant spider. Because I want to be helpful. As a GM, I want to help you,
Of course.
I feel that.
Yeah.
Every interaction.
And so some of the
I
guards...
don't believe you.
Some of the guards, as they're battling, they see you, and you look like, just regular people traveling. And so they say, go wide, don't come this way, as they're battling these things. And so they're encouraging you also to leave the path.
Are you what if we just camped here, right on this spot of the trail, and wait until that's all over?
You do know that insects, if they're hungry, will search for other food, right? So if we're here, just
I really
waving,
feel like we should leave this area quickly. Yeah.
But I just feel like the moment we leave this path, it's going to be bad. If we just stay on the path, they're not crossing into the path.
We could run very fast past the guards. I feel a little bad about doing that, but I am not equipped to fight a giant spider that is
Being
basically
attacked
as big
with
as me.
guards. So sad.
allow me to,
they left the path. It's
allow
on
me to
them.
put forward this. We could walk through a very dangerous area, or walk through another very dangerous area. The options are, in one case, we know we'll be attacked and we know by what. In the option, that is not that, the marsh, we shall not be attacked. Guaranteed. Well, I mean, we shall be attacked, but we have no idea what. But it won't be these. So the question is, what over under?
The insects
what
you
the marsh?
know, or the mysterious plants that you don't. I think at this point, Arugula looks at Bartlett, recognizing that Bartlett is in full plate armor and the rest of us are wearing like cloth, and like very clearly you are our bodyguard, being like, what do you want to do? Given, and I say this in the nicest way possible, you're likely to take the brunt of the confrontation. Like those guards.
Bartlett's smoking. Like he's got like a pipe out, like he's smoking, and he's watching what's going on, and he just points to that group. As you're like, he doesn't even look at you, just talks over his shoulder, and he points to that group and he goes, "That's bait." And he takes it. We could just ride past. Stay on the path.
What? That's a
All
distraction.
right,
Just
on the
ride
path we
past.
stay, but ride quickly. And I'd like to imagine Rukula did not actually notice what happened with the Scrox and the near-death experience that Nick had.
Yep.
And so she's just like, onwards, and then, yeah!
Nice.
If we're doing this, Bartlett is going to be on the, if we're racing Daytona style, Bartlett's going to be on the outside edge closest to the conflict. Just if we're positioning here.
Sure.
His hands on his sword, which is out, but laying across with that little like riding crop thing that we've been given as well.
Yeah. Cool.
I'm gonna take a quick. I'm not even gonna bother with the animals because that's a lot. I'm just gonna fly directly to the opposite side of this carnage as quickly as I can.
So as you move,
I feel really confident that no matter what we did, it somehow wouldn't have been the thing that Trooper thought we were gonna do.
I do not
No matter
assume
our
anything.
answer, we're going to be screwed.
I do not assume anything. Never. Because I know players. I know how players are. Assume nothing.
Oh, you save these people. No, we're leaving. This ain't our problem.
Hey.
Like, let's go. We were not hired for this.
One of my very first RPGs that I ran, I gave the players a person who was clearly possessed by the devil, thinking they would stop the devil from doing bad things, and they're like, nah. We won't stop it. We don't care. And I was like, oh, okay then. Cool. Fine.
The guards said that we should continue going.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We're just doing. We're
But they
following
did say
got
you
it under
should
control.
go wide.
They
Yeah, we're gonna
they
go
suggested
wide on
we
the
should
edge.
leave the path, which
That is what they
we have been
suggested.
explicitly told is a bad idea. So
Yes.
To be fair, all of this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
We're going to some place called the Fire Dungeon. I feel like that's not a smart idea.
We're just gonna. See, that's where we're just gonna ride hard and
it
fast.
sounds
just
like the
past
name
this.
of a really nice spa.
It does.
Hey, we got a couple
Weird.
pebbles. We're ready for a good time.
I'm gonna roll 46 right now.
No, why?
I'm sorry, did you say 4 or 40?
4d6, 5, a 6, a 4, and a 4. Thank you. I'm gonna just need to know this information. Great.
Remember, we're wearing sunscreen, so we're protected.
Oh, just to be very clear, it has been reapplied regularly
Okay, good.
every 2 hours.
Good.
Wait, can we retcon that we also had some like fantasy DEET equivalent or whatever it is to keep these like mosquitoes
no, I
away?
had bug repellent. I
Yeah,
don't know if I have
Did you?
giant bug
Okay, good.
repellent.
We have
yeah.
nets, just giant nets.
citronella.
over us.
Yeah. So, as you move your way, staying on the path, you've had mixed messages. I know. You are moving this way, right? And you're sort of trying to make your way right. And as you get closer and closer, and you hear a guard stabbing one of these spiders that turns out they jump. That was cool. Real high. Yeah. And then these mosquito type things have this really long and very, very creepy kind of beak like thing. And there's a lot of and the poor people who are working on the cutting duty, they're just trying to cut, but this is a 60-foot tree.
They're still working?
Yeah, they are.
As we ride past, covering our eyes, we don't
Even
see
this
this.
is a post-capital, a late-stage capitalist
Yes, it
society.
And that's when some of them see some tasty other people.
Oh no. I said it.
Many of them. but they don't all break away, but some of them do. And some things come after.
Look, I asked Bartlett to make the decision, so arguably it's Bartlett's fault.
Well,
Whatever
how
happens to us,
many
Greg,
things
I'm
come
sorry.
after us?
Oh, hey, I love it. I'm glad I. What a
'Cause I would
perfect
like
ending.
to say that I was holding a spell. If
Sure.
needed be.
Absolutely. Because after all, you were like, oh, right? Like, you knew you were going.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I have go away,
Okay.
where
okay.
I could make two targets flee
Mm-hmm.
if their MR is less than my IQ, luck, and charisma.
Okay. I know what their MR is because I just rolled for each one of them. But I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to give you a choice. I'm going to make... I'm going to roll a couple more times, and I'm going to give you a choice. Let's see. The first one's a 7. I need to roll 2d6 3 more times. That's a 10. That's a 7. That's a 6. So let me ask you.
Do you double, by the way? To be fair.
This is for their monster rating, is what this is.
Don't help him.
These are bonuses to their monster rating, because their monster rating is variable, and their monster rating is also their hit points, as well as how much damage they will do to you. So you have a choice. Have a choice, because I care. And for the record, magic goes first, right? Our ranged people get to go first before other things come after you. You get to declare first, right? You get to declare first. There are spiders, and there are these like mosquito-like creatures, and they're all buzzing and waiting and attacking all sorts of people, including you all now. You each get one. And I will give you the choice if you would like a spider or one of these mosquitoes.
But we each get to pick one bad. I would like a spider, because flying things, no.
Rugula, spider or mosquito? It's not really
I think
mosquito, it's a shrike, but...
Also gonna go spider.
Nakanik, spider or mosquito?
Oh, you know, I was definitely in the mood for a mosquito mana one-on-one, so.
Excellent. Bartlett?
Dogfight, right? Whatever's left. I think
You
it's
have
a
choice.
mosquito.
Spider or mosquito? It's your choice. I made all the rolls.
I will take a spider then.
All right.
The beefiest of the spiders, if I can.
Okay. As you are all moving, you see 3 spiders spring out of this tree and upon all the people who are not flying. And then a dive bombing one of these shrikes screams out of the sky towards you, Nakanik. And now we're going to have our magic declarations. You are going to target 2 of them, you said, yes?
Yes.
I know what their magic ratings are. Which 2 do you target?
The spider that coming at me,
Mm-hmm.
because self-preservation's number 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then the spider coming after Lauren, I think Arugula's. I'm gonna take yours.
Okay. And you may cause 2 creatures to flee whose monster rating is less than
43.
Okay.
I think say that was high enough. So just look at me.
We'll find out. Ranged people, you get to declare next.
I will go ahead and pull out the blowgun as we're riding. And I was looking through some of the poisons.
Yes. Poisons
and
are
I
great.
definitely think that I have some poison
Mm-hmm.
prepared. Looking at them, it feels like hellfire juice might be one that would make sense.
Sure. Sure.
I was looking specifically for more of the like plant-based ones, and this is a nettle-derived chemical irritant.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
And mixture irritates skin and soft tissue.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I don't know how soft their tissue is, but you know, maybe we'll aim for the face, go for the eyes. And
Spider
the
eyes.
one that's coming at me, I think, because I don't register that you're casting a spell, so I think I'm just sort of immediately like, and we'll hope that it'll take some damage over time if I hit it.
Okay.
So should I go ahead and make my roll?
Well, you declare first.
Okay.
That's all. How about
Great.
melee folks? Do you have any things you want to say? Anything you want to do specifically? If you want to make a regular attack, or do you want to do anything weird?
I would love actually to do a weird thing.
I'm ready for weirdness.
Because this needle point thing is chasing after me.
It is.
I would like to faint into one of the spiders, so hopefully it stabs its friend instead.
Oh, all right, all right. Now let me ask you then, what ability, what attribute do you think you'd be using for that?
I would say Dex.
Dex? Okay, that's fair. All right, I see it. What about you, Sir Bartlett? What are you thinking about doing in this moment?
I've
As
got a
these
weird
things-
thing. Yeah,
Weird thing? Give it to me.
I've got a non-weird thing for Sir Bartlett. He's going to basically get himself ready, pull his visor down, and just get baseball stanced ready for this thing coming in at him. The second thing I would like to do, that if his friend is diving and trying to move around, is there a way, and again, this is probably going to kill one of my friends, but I'm going to,
Maybe.
can I provoke my mount, who doesn't like flying things to begin with, to see if maybe he would help out my fairy friend?
That feels like a charisma.
Wow, I am really good at those. What would the roll be on that?
Well, here's the thing. These things are already a little jumpy. They already don't like flying things, so I don't think that your save will be that high. I don't think it's that difficult to do that. I think that's really, like, these things are pretty angry and irritated already. So I think this is probably a 1, so you're looking at a 20.
A 20.
Mm-hmm.
And all right, I'm doing it. And this is to direct it to attack the trailing mosquito, correct?
Yes.
Let's do it. Did it. It's 20.
Okay. I will note this takes you out of this particular, like, that's what you do this turn rather than rolling for damage. We're gonna note it. All right.
Oh wait, I thought this was like a round before they get here.
No, this is, we all do it together. We all do
Well,
it together.
I can't melee attack at this point though, can I?
Oh, you can. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh,
'Cause
then I'll melee attack. I'm sorry.
Because
I
basically,
mistook. I was
range declares
understood.
first before melee. So we know what the range people
okay.
do before the melee people do. So they get to, like, decide what they want to do first, and then the melee people get to sort of declare last. Do you want to do that? Because it would work, or do you want to melee attack?
I'm gonna go ahead and have that work because I think that'll help with the spell that was already cast that hopefully would work to get rid of the other two. If I can get this creature to take care of the trailing mosquito, then I'll take whatever's coming. Hopefully. Yeah, let's do that.
I see. In which case, we will now roll. We shall now roll and find out how this goes. Since this is actually a bit of a one-on-one, these ones are coming after you each. Let's start with Rugula, if you don't mind. If you don't mind. Could you...
Don't mind.
Could you roll?
Yes. Okay, what am I adding?
So this is your dex, because you're going with your melee.
10. Okay, yes. Plus my dex, which is 31.
This is an important note.
Okay.
You just rolled a 6.
Yes.
That's important.
Okay.
A 6 we call spike damage. which means damage will go through whether or not you succeed in this roll. And for poison to go through, you just need damage to go through. So, no matter what, you're going to be doing at least 1 point of damage, which means your poison is going to happen because you got that 6. Let me just go and roll mine. That's what I'm going to do for them. I'll just do that. They're coming at you, my friend.
Yeah.
Did you get your ads, by the way? You have to get...
so 31 plus 2, so 33.
33. Oh, good. Good. Nice. Let me roll.
You say good to so many things. I don't know if they're really good or not.
It may not be good. 5d6 plus...
So I'm thinking about a warrior next.
Okay.
28.
Uh-huh.
What did you roll?
That is awesome.
33.
Okay. So, you do 5 points of damage to it. Just straight up damage.
Okay.
And now I
That
get...
sounds good.
Yes. This will be important really soon, as a matter of fact. Because when you do damage to it, you reduce its monster rating. Yes. Can I get that save roll from you, Nakanik?
Yes.
So wait, sorry, there were dice associated with the weapon.
Yeah, did you add it?
Oh, no, I didn't. So that's on top of my 2d6 plus... There's a lot of... Okay, so I just want to... I'm adding my dexterity.
Yep.
My combat adds.
Yes.
The 2d6 from a save, and the 1d6 from my weapon.
No, just the 1d6 for your weapon. Because the save is because this is an attack, not a save. You're just attacking.
Oh, okay. Then I rolled incorrectly on my save.
We'll just get rid of that 4.
Okay, so I got a 6, so the math is lower. That would make it a 29.
Okay. 1 damage, but your poison will go through.
Excellent.
And Nakanik is not doing damage, but he's going to be doing like a mysteriousness. And this is going to be a 25 to sort of like trick it, to psych it out. Do you beat its 25?
I rolled a 7 plus 19, which is my dexterity, which is a 28. No, it's 18. Yeah, that's an 18, right? No, what am I saying? That's a 28. 19 plus 7.
Okay. Yes.
Is it 20? 26.
26.
26. My math was everywhere.
It was mine. It's all good.
Aura.
Did you have your ads in there too?
There
Did
was
you
a
add
6 as well. Does a 6
Oh,
matter?
I have ads?
No, because this is not a combat roll. This is a trick.
Oh, okay.
He's being tricky, right?
Oh.
Yeah, you can either
I'm
do a
trying to get
save,
everything.
which will not do damage, right? But will like maybe psych people out in some kind of way, like disarm them, get them to go somewhere else, or you can actually just do damage to them.
Here's a question.
Yes.
I've trained insects before.
Yes, you did.
That's
you
a thing that I do.
You can have a +3 because you have the talent.
So that's a 29.
Thank you. So, let's go to Aura. The one that's going to attack Rugula, you can dispatch. It has
Good.
been damaged enough that you can cause it to flee. The one that's going to attack everyone else, well, I'm gonna have to make some rolls on the behalf of the people that you have tricked. One of them being the monster, the mosquito, the shrike. That will be 46 plus 18. I will note, by the way, that as you do damage, their adds get less, so they become less effective as you damage them, because they get basically half of their monster rating as a bonus. 33 points of damage to one of the other spiders is that's on your side. Your Zrock, that's 96. Because they're very, very big. That's 73. And how much damage did you do total, Arugula? How much was it?
Well, so it was 1, and then the poison that I'm using says it
Yes.
adds 1d6 each round. So
Yes.
I would add another d6 on
D6,
top
yes,
of that
please.
because I did get through.
Yes, please.
So another 5. So that's 6 points of damage.
As a
It's
total,
good poison.
as a group, you have done 116 points of damage.
Can I point out about 2/3 of that is our Zarok.
And now I'm going to roll my giant spiders who are not attacking each other, just to see, how they do, because they're going to now, because they're coming at you. So they got 5, both of them have 5d6, and they both have plus 22. So I'm going to do this twice. 38 and 46. That is 84. 20, 32. You do 32 points of damage to them. How would you like to split it up?
You could tell who's read the system because Greg's reactions are like, yeah, this is great, we're doing good. And the rest of us are like, I don't know.
So,
just
No,
started
that's a
watching
really good
Greg.
round.
When Greg gets excited, I know we're okay.
I'm like, oh, it's good, okay.
oh, hold on. I'm just
Oh,
noting
no.
that I've got some
No,
spike
no.
damage, which I will be
You
using.
don't have spike damage?
I do have
Yes,
spike
you do.
damage.
You
I've got
do.
4. I've got 4 spike damages.
We had two
I had-
with the
Yeah,
This
I
is
got
rough.
at least 1.
rocks.
which means but you won.
It's rock.
You won. Which means I'm going to be doing 4 points of damage that you'll have to decide who's going to get it.
Oh, it just
I-
happens regardless.
Yeah.
That's right.
Because normally,
that's-
since you win, I would do no damage, except that I have 4 spite, which means I'm going to get 4 in, no matter what.
Mm.
Now, I do have to say that, to be honest, if one of the spiders did not run away, if the spell fails for any reason, target concentrates its attack entirely on the exclusively on the caster for 1 combat round.
Great. You will get that 4 damage.
Yeah, I thought that, but why to be honest?
Yep. Remember, you can reduce your armor reduces that damage.
Oh, I have 6 armor!
Okay. We're going to pay attention to this. So,
No.
I want to know where that
It's 6 armor? What are you wearing?
breastplate...
Those 2 pieces of metal. Breastplate weighs 2 pounds and it gives you 6.
Yep. Tell me, I want to know where you want to put that 32 damage. Y'all, because here's the thing.
Feel
We get to
like
narrate
should
how this
make them
combat round goes.
all easier. Like spreading it out amongst all of them feels like a way to make each of them then less powerful.
I would say the Shrike probably gets nothing, though. Because even though the Zarok is
Yeah.
trying to bite it, it'll probably end up biting the spider too.
Mm-hmm.
So, the Shrike's gonna escape, but the spiders will all get dinged a little bit.
So it's like 10 each on each spider.
Well, that one.
Well, we
spider's
had 1 spider
Just
run,
leave it.
so we only have
Yeah,
3
that's right.
left. A mosquito and 2 spiders. So split the damage between the 2 spiders.
gone. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Done. But now you have to describe how how this goes down. This is the moment where you find out what happened. I want to hear what happens. Tell me how this goes, all of y'all.
Well, when
Which
all you
spider
start
ran away?
casting, yours.
Mine.
The
Okay.
whole thing.
Yeah. So as soon as it gets into combat, Bartlett would snap into an easier. It's almost like the reptilian brain that doesn't really need to remember a lot of things. It's muscle memory. He would smack his mount to get it to do what he needs to do, and then he would turn with his sword out and absorb the brunt of whatever's coming. But he would just simply yell, "Get behind me!" as he tries to position himself in front of his companions.
But you also you have your grok, your grok also, because you did that.
Then what he would do is, as soon as one spider gets close to him, like the one that was going to attack him, he takes that pointy end and jams it towards the back of the grok, and it just turns and bites the spiders it comes by.
Keep going. That's all y'all. You won this.
I
round.
So I think maybe Aura's spell goes off.
Yeah,
just
I just
in
kind of
time.
panic, like, no, go away.
So I see Rugula sees the one like starting to leave and sort of like immediately retrains her target onto one of the ones that's like coming after you. So even though it still like the spider still goes after Aura, she's like, and now it's like got sizzling poison, like it gets right into one of those joints, and you can just see like it like bubbling up on the edge as it like screeches and tries to like claw at its own skin.
Oh,
So cool.
love it.
What's that smell? Sorry.
The one spider that does
Don't
get
worry,
affected.
just don't touch it.
The spider that does get affected, like, blows past the other one, which is what does some more damage to it. As it like knocks a leg out, as it's like, nope, out.
Not gonna. How do you do this? Go in there.
I dive bomb flying as fast as I can, and then I do a quick swerve, making the Shrike follow to me. I can feel the little hairs on the backs of these creatures tickle my body as I go right up against them and force the proboscis to like lance at one, break free, and then lance at another.
Cool. I have a question. Do you
Yes.
have like little goggles
No, I do
or
not.
like a helmet for when you dive? No, just full metal.
We're adding little goggles to the list of things we need to buy next town.
This brings us to round 2. Magic declares first.
Okay, I will do there's a whole nother round. I
Did you?
didn't
Oh,
prepare
by the way,
for
you have to
round
spend
2.
some wizardry for all of this, right?
Yes, so the first one I spent was 5.
Okay.
So, to understand how that works, do I just subtract 5 from my wizardry number?
Yes, but what level spell is that?
That was a level 1 spell.
And you're level 2, which means you cut that.
So
So
4.
it doesn't cost 4. It costs you. It doesn't cost you 5. It costs you 4. But also you have a wand,
Mhm.
which will reduce the cost, I believe, by your level, which means it now
So
does
that-
not. It's just 2. So reduce your wizardry by 2.
Oh, okay.
How is
This
that for
changes
excitement?
everything.
Mhm.
I have no holds now. Okay.
But if you get to 0 wizardry, then you're going to pass out.
That's fine. We're gonna go to sleep.
'Cause
Knowing
you're
this
not in a good
now,
way. Mhm.
I am just going to take my wand. Take that, you fiend! And it deals deadly killing damage equal to caster's IQ, affecting a single target. And my
Okay.
IQ
Okay.
is, so that does 22 damage, just straight out.
Which one are you attacking? And by the way, what this means, this is important to note, because in this system, whoever rolls higher does the damage and people don't, right? But yours is just going to go through no matter what. Like,
Mhm.
no matter what happens, even if they beat your roll, that damage is going to go through.
Okay, I'm
Let's
gonna
note
do it on the one coming at me.
There. All right.
Because that one did technically just
Yeah.
hit me.
Rugula?
Rinse and repeat a little bit. Like I think some more poison.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, When it says added each round a poison blow strikes the victim.
Yeah, so you don't actually have to do more poison, because that poison is just going to happen every round. at
Okay.
this point.
Okay. I wasn't sure
Yeah.
if I had to re-strike the same one for
Nope.
that to
You can do a
happen.
different one if you
So
want.
then I'll pick a new target, and load up another dart, and go.
Which one, the Shrike or the Spider?
I think we'll go for the other spider. I feel
Yeah.
like I've got a feel for where the
Yep.
weak spots on the spiders are.
Yeah,
you
I
know?
like it.
Also, they're not flying, so they're maybe a little bit easier to hit.
that is true.
Also, we hit them, so they're a little bit easier to hit,
Mhm,
probably.
mhm. What about my fighter and my other rogue? Poison does not stack, by the way. What will you two be doing?
I'm going to start. I'm gonna like. I made this thing follow me. I know that the same trick when you're starting off training, the same trick doesn't often work twice if you don't got a treat.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to flip around immediately and try and punch it on the side of its proboscis with my
Brass
fists.
knuckles. Nice.
Yep.
Yeah. And our dear Sir Bertram, what do you do?
He is going to basically be like a fullback from a football team. He takes his sword out and he's going to go through as many of these creatures as he can. And basically, just since he's clean up here at the end, he wants to try to insert himself between these creatures and all of his friends now that he has a chance to do so. But he's going to attack as he goes through as well, swinging his sword as he makes his run. And so I get to make an attack roll.
Everybody now make your attack rolls.
So that's our weapon damage.
So it's your weapon damage plus your combat adds and your attribute. If you're doing melee, it is it's strength. If you're doing ranged, it's dex, and you just get a big full-on 22.
I
do have
also
a question
remembered
for you.
that I can get roll 20 to add stuff for me.
Yes.
What does powering up a spell do? How do I power up a spell?
Do you want to make it more dangerous?
I mean, if I power it up, I do 44 points of damage. So I just would like to know how to do that.
You're going to have to spend more of your creme, is what it is. Is what they call it.
How much more?
You're going to have to basically spend it. You go from how much more do you add?
I double the damage.
Yeah, so double your cost of it. So it'll go to a 10 base, and then you are going to lessen it by 3. So you're going to go down to, it'll cost you 7 creme for that.
Oh, so after all of my things, just double what I did. So yeah, I would do that. I'm doing that because then it only really cost me 4.
All right. That'll be 44 for
44
me, yes.
points of damage. Yes.
Dearest Nakanek, I need you to make a roll for me first. Can you make either luck or dexterity? Difficulty level 2, so 25.
Luck or dexterity, difficulty 25.
You keep getting caught in the crossfire.
It's fine. Obviously I'll do dex. Dex is always better for me. Plus 19, at least it wasn't a failure. Plus 19, that's a 23. That's
Did
not
you
enough.
add, okay. Good.
Do I combat adds to this?
No, because this is not a combat, it's a save.
So we're fine.
Yep. So that means you missed it, correct? So 19 out of 4 is a...
Yes.
23.
23. Yeah, I missed it.
All right, then.
Unless one of my talents applies.
Oh! Yes, it would, because of insects. Otherwise, you would have failed it.
I did succeed then. That's
Okay.
a 26.
Here's the thing about this giant, massive mosquito. They're very hard to hit. They are very hard to hit. They are like... whoosh, 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 whoosh. And unless you succeed at a level 2 either dex or luck save, you cannot hit it. But you can. Because you did.
Nice.
I'm gonna roll my damage, if you don't mind, and then we'll find out. I want your tally, and then we'll see who carries the day in this moment. And then we'll narrate how this combat goes, shall we? That's 5d6, but they no longer have a plus 22, sadly. They're at now plus 14, because you've damaged them quite a lot. A 22.
It's a lot of
A
ones.
33. And my giant mosquito doesn't do as much damage. They do 46. Plus... they've not been damaged yet. But they don't do as much damage base. 15, 16 plus 16. 33. I'm looking at 88 points of damage. What about you all?
So I rolled a 14, Grim rolled a 21, and Lauren rolled a 26.
My total is 45.
45!
Yeah, it's like, I think yours was just the dice. I did all of my ads on there, so I got 26.
Okay. 45 plus 26 is
71.
71.
I have
71
a
plus
got
4,
this.
71 plus 14, which was mine, is an 84.
85. That's 85.
Plus your
mine.
44?
Plus my 44 was 129.
So some people win that round, and it is not them. And I do get 2 spite damage. And that 2 spite damage is going to go against our our fairy because it's coming from a mosquito. So you're going to be doing a total of 29, 39, 42 points of damage, and that 44, right? Because that 44 just
That
automatically
44
goes
just goes through no
I think
matter
I
what.
also now I roll my d6.
Yes, please do. Please do.
Because it only goes through if it goes through.
Mhm.
That
Yes.
accurate sentence. 1 extra point of damage.
Okay. So I would, if you don't mind, that's 80. What's that? 88. 31. 31 and 45. 76. Okay. I would like you to tell me how this happens and where you want to put this damage that you all do together as a collective. And once you allocate, see how that goes.
Go ahead and do mine first because I had to call mine to begin with.
Mhm.
So I think using the wand when she gets very
Single
emotional,
target, right, for you?
Yeah, single target. When she gets emotional, she can do extra stronger magic than normal. So it's kind of almost like a catapult with like a broken leg or tree stem from somewhere, just like javelins that into the spider in front of her for 40.
Tell me how you kill it.
Yeah, no! Just magic just whips it right into the middle of the spider, just rips it right in half, and it just falls down to the sides.
That's impressive.
Sir Bartlett would roar at that. Yes! As he sees one of them
The
go down.
spider's like on its back and its like little legs curling. You know,
Yeah, but like on each side, so it's like,
You have at this point a total of 31 points left that you all, the rest of you all, are doing to whom?
do we want to split it across the other two?
Unless we want to focus on the mosquito, which apparently is
true.
hard to hit.
That is also very true. And you did have knuckle dusters. Like, right in the proboscis.
I would love to take out this put the 41 of this mosquito if y'all wouldn't mind.
Absolutely.
I love
kill it.
This is how
It'll work.
Bartlett would aid this and set you up for the killing blow.
By
He
the way,
would see
that does kill it.
Yeah, let's
He
do
would
it.
see it zip by, and he would shoot his sword out and just kind of punch it through the back to kind of slow it down, just so it's right in front
Yeah.
of Nak. So he, with the brass knuckles ready.
Yeah.
I think Rukla is aiming at the other spider and doesn't actually change target in time, but like in all of the commotion, this mosquito moving so fast gets in between the dart that she's just fired and what
Yes.
she's like. This is pure
Yeah.
luck that
Yeah.
it hits like right and lodged in between the
Yes.
wing and the body. That it's
Yes.
just like,
And-
I
And
meant to do
Bartlett would
that.
scream at that as amazing. He sees that shot.
Intentional.
I am leading this mosquito on to its merry trap of death.
Yes.
I swing around. It's big
coming at you.
proboscis.
It's got its proboscis is like dripping and it's like
Proboscis
coming at
with
you.
teeth for some reason.
Yes.
Like,
And it's not been injured at all just yet, right? And it's coming in, it's been pushed towards you, and like it's coming and there's death in its eyes.
I fling around. It's like its proboscis comes and slices just an inch, like a little, not an inch, that'd be way too much, a millimeter
Yes.
off my arm.
I feel like a 7
Better mass, right?
As I reach out one arm and trail it down the proboscis and bring up the other to find the perfect spot and shatter it right as where it meets the rest of its body. Good bug.
Because when you're fighting those insects, you do get that +3 because of your talent. That is a true statement. And you can hear the fighting of the guards. They're trying to sort of knock off these things so they can keep doing their work, so they can get the because capitalism. And that leaves one left. This very injured spider. Its leg sort of like ambling. And it starts to move away from you all because you just did a lot of murder.
Yeah,
I mean-
I'm seeing red right now. Like I've got murder in the eyes.
Trooper, will you allow us to reservoir dogs this thing?
Absolutely.
I'm-
Absolutely.
If we can. I'm take backing that. I'm doing it again. Another 22 points of damage, guaranteed.
Take out the 2 of your wizardry, right? It's your
Yeah.
creme.
I think I switch, like Rugula switches to her dagger, like pulls it out, sees it going away, and then just just like the way you would squish a spider, but
yes.
like.
Yep. What about you other 2 gentlemen? Because, I'm going to be rolling my dice. I got some dice coming at you.
I like the idea of all of us like in a semicircle around this retreating spider, just going ham. Just, everything we've got just to take this. That's it. I'm just following everybody else's
my earlier
lead.
statement about not murdering.
It only has like 4 hit points left, and we're just gonna destroy it.
Please make your rolls.
Yeah, I'll just cock my fists and get ready to punch its legs.
Remember, you get your +3 because of your talent. Because you know those insects.
Can I have to use strength for my dagger, right? If I'm
You do.
stabbing?
Yes.
Oh,
It's +5.
it's way worse. So
But you can toss it.
It's fine.
You can throw it.
I could throw the dagger. And if it dies, I get it back. So
Yeah. You can toss that dagger.
I throw the dagger at it, but I
Yeah.
am aiming for the small of the back. What is my
48.
48.
Oh!
Ooh.
Oh!
I got doubles. Do I
oh.
get to roll again?
Yeah,
No, because it's combat.
It's
not
combat.
a save.
Yeah. It's not a save. But that's
But
35.
it is 2 spike damage. So
And 22 from our mage. Is that correct?
Yep.
And how much is that? Wait, so you rolled 1d6, right? Plus 12. Huh?
13.
Because I get 3 for the base damage, plus 4 because of my strength,
Yes.
plus 2 because of the adds, plus 3 again, 12, plus 1.
Okay, I'm going to roll my really massive, scary damage right now to see what I can do against all of that. 28. Yeah, So tell me how you do this. I would like
We
to
got
hear.
118 total.
Yeah, and I got a 28. So,
Trooper, how we do this?
yes, I want to
As a
know.
team. As a team.
Yes.
As one.
This is
All
our
the
holding
killing
hands.
shots. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I
This is the
Just
week
like
of the
slow
family.
motion, like.
and this spider is like, and there's a little satisfying crunch, a satisfying crunch as you murderize this spider to death. Absolutely. And the guards are like,
about myself now.
oh, maybe you didn't need to go wide.
This is why you stay on the path.
And I assume you continue on down the path?
I
I
would.
get my dagger back.
Can we loot the spiders? Is there loot on them?
They're spiders. They don't have loot. They just have a lot of
This
XP.
is a TTRPG. They have loot.
Are they roastable? Like
They are
How do
roastable.
they taste?
Yes, you can get food from them. You can't get. They don't have gold on them, but they certainly have food, and you can probably use them like to make things with them if you wanted. Absolutely, you can have spider guts.
Now let's take some spider
Crack
meat for
open
dinner.
a spider carapace and put on one as a piece of armor.
Oh, that's so dope.
Yeah.
Bartlett would kneel down and wipe his sword off on the hairy butt of one of the spiders.
Yes.
And as he's
Yes.
down there, he would look over at Arugula and point and be like, that blue one. What is that blue one over there? Pointing to a flower like 50 yards off the path.
With this, you travel, and I'm going to tell you this to end our session. Just because I care, You travel hours, and by the late
Right.
afternoon,
I collect the poison.
yes,
Vulpes.
you do. Yes, you do.
Yes.
Yes, you do. I know you do. You are now about, you're maybe halfway to your destination. And as you are traveling, it begins to rain. And a soft rain in the beginning, warm, right? A soft, warm rain starts to fall on you. And then it becomes a thunderstorm. And it starts heavily raining on you. You're on this path. And the ground gets wet and muddy, and your Drox just sort of move through. They live for this sort of a thing. But it starts getting sort of cold. You can feel the chill in your bones, and maybe you just want something warm and nice as it starts getting darker. And as you go through on this path, right before we end the session, you start going into the woods. The path winds into a wooded area, and you can hear the rain falling off the leaves. And as you're moving, it gets steeper and steeper as it moves upwards, this path, sort of 30-degree upwards. And so you're sort of moving on this path with just sort of like drops on your side, slopes of volcanic ash broken. Do you go? Do you stay on the path? Or do you try, which will take you right through this forest? Or do you try to avoid the forest by getting off of the path?
You want to stay on the path?
Okay.
We have made it very clear we're not leaving this path.
Okay, but let me ask you one more question.
I mean, if anyone else wants to leave it.
Don't open the bag. Stay on the path. Don't
right.
open the bag.
Okay.
Stay on the
We've
path.
gotten
I'm
two
chanting these
rules.
things to myself.
Okay. All right, well then let me ask you one more question. As you are it's getting cold and clammy. You'll have a small 2-point decrease right now as you're in this misery on your int, dex, and luck for later.
I definitely have rain gear in my bag.
Okay, if you have rain gear, then you do not have to take
I have
that
like
penalty.
a poncho.
Then you do not have to take that penalty. Do you have enough for everyone? Did you bring enough for the class?
Okay, so I think the answer is yes, but Rukla is not always great at thinking about the fact that other kindred are larger than her.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I have spare ponchos, but they are all hob-sized ponchos, which would be fine if you were like a dwarf.
Sure.
Abundance for a pixie, or sorry, for a fairy, not your cousin. Kind of comes up very short on both the other two.
Could we like fashion them together?
Yeah, you could like, maybe they've got like little buttons on the end.
And maybe
so
like
you can
rip
kind
a
of,
little piece out for necking it?
yeah.
Well, I got
they're
this.
just like the very simple, like pack away sort of, like ponchos that sort of fold up that you might get at like a park. These are not,
I mean, if we all huddle real close, we could use this. And I pull out a stick from behind, and I open up a teeny tiny umbrella made out of leaves.
That's adorable. I don't think we could cuddle up close enough for that to work for all of us, though.
You're Fairy Poppins.
Yeah.
So you decide to go into the woods and not leave the path.
stay on the path. Don't open the bag.
We've gotten 2 rules, and we could only follow 2 rules, and those are the ones we chose.
There is one thing I would like to do.
Tell me.
Am I the only one injured?
Yes.
So you see briefly Nakanik like take out a small pouch and pull out some powder that looks very sparkly and kind of splash it upon his arm and then hold it there. And then there is no wound anymore. Because I've got a spell called Poor Baby that heals a constitution. And I would like to spend 2 of my wizardry points to heal myself back up to full.
Absolutely. And I'm going to imagine that you probably rested a little bit after you got out of this space so that you're going to be able to get your wizardry back.
Mm-hmm.
Because that wizardry refreshes as its strength.
So does that mean I get all of my wizardry back?
Indeed.
Yes.
As long as you rest. You have to rest some, right? So
Yeah, I think what
would
Rukla is
rest.
definitely like, it is raining, it is cold, gets out the rain gear for everybody, and then like has like another like her bag is like the it's like in Labyrinth, you know, the people who have like all of the gear, like she's got a proportionally large pack for what's in there, and pulls out pulls out like another tarp and like sets up a little sort of like lean-to for us, probably using one of the Zagrocks as like
Yes.
one side of the lean-to.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
we could like circle the wagons.
Yes,
circle the-
yes.
Yeah,
the-
like I
our
set up this
friends.
tarp in between the Zagrocks, and then like we all sort of huddle under there and like wait for the worst of the rain to pass. Hands out
Oh.
snacks.
We
I
totally
would
stop for every meal and rest. Like,
Right.
they don't let us eat on the
Yeah.
road. We have to stop.
We
and have a
can't get
rest.
hangry. If we're
No,
hangry,
no.
I would think at the end of it, when everyone's getting ready to go to sleep and we're kind of huddled together against
Yeah.
these rocks and everything,
Yeah.
Bartlett would be talking to Aurora and would say, I remember this one time I was traveling with friends and we were attacked by spiders and mosquito, and we fought them off.
You did
It's a
quite
grand
badly, I
day.
heard.
It was a grand day. Oh, it was just a cog in the machine. It was a day of friends and victory.
It was a very grand day.
A bold
stood-
story.
Valiantly for your friends.
I'm gonna cry.
absolutely precious. Nothing bad can happen to him.
No.
You can kill us, but you leave Sir Bartlett alone.
Yeah.
So, it's a beautiful evening. Everything is fine. It was a wonderful moment. Laura, you have a feeling. It's a bad feeling. Right there at the edge of the woods that you need to go through to not leave the path. And at the edge of the firelight, you see a figure up ahead. Not moving. It's dark, so you can't really make out exactly what it is as the woods make a canopy over you, the tree branches. Maybe a person standing, but not right. Not moving. Strange angles in the dark, with the firelight glancing.
As I see that, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do a little preparation. I'm gonna sprinkle some caltrops in front of the opening. Caltrops all around.
Mm-hmm.
No one can sneak up on us.
Mhm.
Just everywhere.
The figure doesn't move at all, and their head's at a weird angle.
Do any of you see that?
Do we?
You do. You see it when she
Yes.
points it out. You see it.
What is it?
You have to get closer.
Oh, if I could send a little light that way and see if we could light it up. If you'd like, if you think that's a good idea.
I mean, the
Yeah.
alternative is me, and I don't want to do that, so yeah, please.
Oh, you know, okay. And I'm gonna summon a will-o-wisp, which is a tiny light elemental that emits up to 1 candle power of blue light, and I'm like, just go over there. It's fine.
And it flickers over there. And it gets closer. It gets closer. You can kind of feel magic through it in a way. And you feel an aura of malevolent magic on this thing that's standing there. And as the will-o-wisp gets closer and closer, it illuminates this figure. And what you see is a body that has been pierced through from its torso through its head by a long branch coming out of the ground. And the spike does not come out of the path, but right to the side of it. And branches and leaves come out of that spike and envelop this body. It's a dwarf. You can tell just by its clothing, but there's no flesh left. It's just a skeleton and armor and clothes, but no flesh at all. All eaten away and left for mulch, perhaps as a warning or a welcome to the forest you must pass through to get to the fire dungeon. And that's where we ended for today. And we're going to finish our adventure next week. My friends.
Oh, that was so good.
My friends.
Not ominous at all. That music was very uplifting and cheery.
Oh yeah, yeah.
May I ask one
It's
question?
fine, everyone. It's just a skeleton. We can go back to sleep.
Can I ask one question? Because I suppose I should ask.
Huh?
Do you have the will wisp land on it?
No.
I'm just asking.
No,
I'm just
that's-
asking. Just asking.
No.
I just want to
No,
touch it.
especially
Do you want
now
to touch
that
it?
you.
Do you want to touch it?
I do. April wants to touch it,
know.
but I'm not going to do this. We're about to go to sleep. We'll touch
Okay.
it in the morning.
Okay.
Especially when
Hey.
it's light out.
On the plus side, I bet nobody's gonna bother you with a weird scarecrow
Yeah, it's our
dwarf
little
there.
sentry.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
a scarecrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unless whatever made it wants to visit.
As
We
long as you
stayed
stay
on
in
the path.
path.
Stay on the path. Rule number 1.
You could leave the path if you wanted. That
I
dwarf
don't
looks
wanna.
like it was on its way off the path. It's,
Yeah. You stay on the path and you're fine.
It's fine. My friends, I want to thank, first off, I want to thank this cast for being here for this, the first half of this adventure where you're, enjoying some time in the town and enjoying some time leaving the path. There's some really cool flowers. All right, I'll just tell you next time about the very cool flowers that are just right off the path.
I have self-preservation.
All right, fine. It's fine. It's fine. I would love, if you don't mind, for you each to go around and introduce yourself, say who you are, say where we can find you, and then give some love to another player. And because part of this is about exploring some like super old RPGs, tell me something you thought was like interesting or different about the system. Yeah, and let's go backwards, and let's start with Werewolf Fields.
Hello, my name is Nordine Likadir, also known as Werewolf Fields. My pronouns are he, him. You can catch me everywhere if you look for Werewolf Fields. It's that simple. Where you look for werewolves, there I shall be. I'm a CRPG writer, designer, cultural consultant, etc., etc. If you want to see me play more games, tune in tomorrow onto Roll For It, where I am playing in Grimrose Academy as a witch wolf boy. Man. Yeah. My favorite moment. There's so many though. There's just so many. I will say I loved it when Rugula's reaction, honestly, to having a plantless village. Just how unsettling that was, and seeing Lauren play that was a lot of fun. It was not like a moment per se, it was just an ongoing thing, as contrasted to Rugula out in the woods where she can like touch things even though she like cannot.
You could just leave the path.
Do some little grabby hands on a stick in the next village.
I want to. Squeak crab.
As for the game in this setting, I will say, while the math is a lot, it is really fun to see the numbers go up. Like, big numbers make brain go yay. And you get lots of big numbers in this game.
But then the damage sometimes is not that big because they all sort of cancel out their own way, right?
They do, which keeps things like relatively balanced overall. Even though I know this game doesn't care about balance, but it's got its own kind of internal balance, and I gotta appreciate that.
It does. Nobody died.
To our utter shock.
Not yet. You didn't leave the path. Speaking of people who have not died and did not leave the path, Random Tuesday.
I'm really proud of myself for not leaving the path, I think. I don't know. Hard to say, really. I'm Lauren, or Random Tuesday. You can find me everywhere online at Random Tuesday. And there were many wonderful moments. Seeing the difference for Aura, for April, your character, when she was casting the spell, like the sort of confident moment of being like, I'm gonna murder this thing with magic. Just like, yeah, no holds barred, just really going for it in that moment. And like, in my mind, it was also sort of a terrifying, like a little bit of that, like, know me and you shall despair, but in a charming and wholesome way. And then one of the parts, like, conceptually, I like the idea of combat that is group based, but the numbers also kind of made my brain hurt because I couldn't follow them all of the time. And so it was like there's like almost the Yahtzee part of it that I kind of wish was just like the raw like moving physically dice and like
Yeah.
counteracting
Oh yeah, yeah,
things, but there
yeah,
was something
yeah.
very satisfying about like it all just gets rolled in together. If I don't do super well, but
Mhm.
someone else does
Yeah.
really well, like you can kind of get that actual sense of like teamworkness to it, which was really cool.
Yeah. And there's like
There,
everybody's little piece works. Like everybody's little piece of damage
Mm-hmm.
really is important to it all together.
it kind of counteracts that thing that you have sometimes with other games, especially like D20 based games, where you're the one today constantly rolling every
Mm-hmm.
single critical fail. Even though I was kind of that character today, during combat, it doesn't necessarily feel like that.
Yeah.
Everyone's being a badass, or all of you are trying very hard and not succeeding.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because if you roll really badass and they roll higher, you're still badass. They just rolled higher, right? Like, and
Mhm.
and then you have to sort of soak that, and you can always get that spite damage. So nice. Speaking of spiteful damage, and all of that damage, Grimjack, I feel like there was some shenanigans going on there with you. Tell us who you are, where we can find you. Some love.
I am Greg, Grimjack21502. I am not online, but if you fancy diving into the mind of a teenager, my son has a podcast called the Awkward Teenagers Podcast. They are nearing their, God, I don't know, 150th episode or whatever it is. Doing great, super proud of him, but it's a very interesting podcast. They tackle a lot of very tough subjects. Um, okay, so I always two shots, one shots, things like that. It doesn't campaigns. It doesn't matter. I think that whenever you sit down at a table and people generate characters and they invest their time in the generation of the characters, and you see them grow. It's in the quiet moments of RP that I absolutely loved this session. It was the little things that make characters come alive, and you want to just do everything you can to protect them. The click of the prosthetic wing,
Yeah.
the book that was filled with leaves and
Yeah.
trinkets like a scrapbook, the large exo frame backpack that you can almost hear jingle or tinkle or thud with all of these different implements of a fantasy botanist. I mean,
Yeah.
those little quiet moments
Yeah.
just absolutely make a world come alive for me. And I all of you were just fantastic with that, and it was so wonderful and so fun. In many respects, it was what a dining room table RPG session should be.
Yeah.
Very stressful moments, very fun moments. We ended with a great kind of tense, moment. I just loved every bit of it. I am absolutely privileged, and the pleasure is all mine to sit at this table. And of course, the world that was created by none other than my buddy Trooper. And again, in the small moments when things are built and a world is created that is both believable and it is impressive in its inclusion, was the Prism gendered NPC that gave us the quest. I thought that was brilliant. I thought that was absolutely fantastic, and loved it. Loved everything about it. Love you all. Peace.
Speaking of love, um, and prisms, I feel like magic users have prisms of power. And I feel like our magical, prismatic power person of the majory style today is April Regan.
Hello, well, goodbye. I'm April. You can find me ever as April Reagan, and I played the wizard today, who did not die.
Some of y'all are very, very squishy, is all I'm saying, but y'all done very well.
Finding that chess piece, I don't like that. That's the only reason I'm alive. This game was so much fun. We It's hard when you first start playing with new people for it to click so well, and I feel like we clicked so well so fast, and I already love our characters. And I just want to say an extra like shout out to Greg. Like, you immediately went with the whole like I'm gonna tell your story, and has been like been dropping little story bits as we go that like legitimately, if anything happens to your character, I might have a problem with it. Like I'm gonna start a riot. There's gonna be a petition made.
You'll murder him.
Yeah, there's gonna be problems. So just I love everyone's like you said, everyone's little bits that they added. Nordine, their wings, like so cool, and everyone just had their own special feel, even though we literally made these characters it's on screen in front of you. None of us came in with anything. None of us knew. Three of us didn't know what we were doing or even what we could do. And so I don't know. I love our characters so fast.
There was a lot of yes anding, I think, with all of these characters, where it was like sort of like, here's the thing, and then you were like, and then also this, and I was like, and then also this, and that was very satisfying. It's one of my favorite.
Shows how talented you all are as well. That like it just flowed so well. Because I've also sat at other tables for one shots where it just like it hit like you hit a wall.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily a bad thing, but like everyone just did so good and it just flowed so well. And I think this game did a really good job of like the narrative combat and storytelling where we all got to add things and kind of edit the story as we went and in a really fluid way, and I loved it.
And I wanted to add something I think was kind of interesting for me. I think it's because like the monsters have like a lot of ads, but as you damage them, you lose them, right? So like it represents that you've harmed them so that they're not as effective, which I thought was interesting. Also, I'm going to do my calculations, but y'all will get XP. And in this game, you use your XP to increase your stats. And what's interesting about that is that you have a choice, right? I like that there's, for me, I like an RPG that gives you interesting choices. And in combat, there's an interesting choice between, do you want to actually do damage, which will help you maybe not take damage, or do you want to maybe do one of these save rolls that let you like convince the Zgrok to go and attack it, or to try to trick the one strike to attack the other one? Like, you don't get to do damage if you do that, but maybe you can do an interesting, cool trick, right? And so like there's a neat sort of trade-off there. And when it comes to your advancement, which I will do the math and get it for you, is that if you just focus on your top attribute, you'll be able to go up a level faster. But you could also then instead increase your con or increase those other things, right? So like you may not go up to level 3, but you can up those other ones, right? And I think it's a little bit cheaper to up the lower it is, the cheaper it is to up it, right? So there's this really interesting thing. Do I want to like just have one really good stat and like burn up the levels and get myself to a higher level, or do I want to try to mix it up and get some of the other ones up as well? And I think that's kind of neat, and I'd be really interested to see what you all do with the XP that I'll give you. So that's very exciting. And I loved having you all here, and I'm Trooper SJP, and it's Friday, so you can find me in terms of RPGs Sunday night at 8 o'clock Eastern over at Praxagor the Smophoria. I'm playing The Witcher, and I'm playing a druid who's just not good with people, because he doesn't like them. He likes animals and not people, so good luck getting healed. And then also, you can find me playing a Bruja over on Wandering DM's channel at 8:30 on Monday for Montreal by Night, and then the final episode of Upon the Hexam a Good Society campaign using the Emma Forget-Me-Not expansion over at Laugh Love Lindy. And I want to say each one of these cast members is great. I knew they'd be awesome. I love the ways in which you both grab those little details. You're like, oh, hold on, I can use this. I can use some poison. Oh yeah, my power. I have a wand. I'm gonna use my brass knuckles. The way that you were like, I love it when you sort of take the mechanics and you do something with them. And I love that. I love the stories that you told with each other, the moments that you had. And I am very excited for when you fight plant creatures. I'm very excited for. I love that you all picked really interesting talents that I know are going to come into effect. Like, I know it. Like, I know they're coming into account, and I'm really excited for that to happen. They already have, and I'm excited for the rest of it. And I
can't wait for our encounter with David Bowie, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh gosh. You know, I'm just saying. And I want to say, especially to sort of support the channel.
Wire work is going to come in. I can't wait.
I know. You know it's going to happen. And I want to say, I want to thank. So the way you can support this channel, there you can support it by watching, following all these lovely people who are amazing. You can also we have you can give tips and bits, and I want to read out. We did get a donation, and I want to read that out because that's important. We got a $20 donation from TNT Hype saying, "Ooh, great show! Showing appreciation for the great cast and game. Thank you, TNT Hype. And we have a Patreon, which is over at Academic Foxhole, and the money that comes from the Patreon goes to support paying the cast, because I think it's important to pay the cast for all their work. And we have 4 slots for a special sponsor, which is a $200 tier. Everybody else is like $3, and that will sponsor, because each player gets paid $50. That doesn't count me in there because I'm not counted, but $200 will pay for 1 episode for that cast. And we have 2 sponsors. We have Will and TW, who is our bookmaker, who takes notes and gives them to me so that I can go and upload them and put them up there for people. And so I want to thank you for that. And also we have KY Hawkeye, who has got an amazing show over on his channel, including a wrestling show. And the thing is, I have a character on that wrestling show, and I just got to say, the thing about Hawkeye is that he's going to go down. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sick and tired of being the nice wrestler. I'm not going to be the nice wrestler anymore. I'm going to tell you, brother, the next time I'm on that show on Wednesday nights, I'm going to take him down. I'm going to go and pick him up first, and then I'm going to take him down. It's going to be a body slam. So you should all go show up there on Wednesday for me, Trooper, as I take down our Hawkeye. It's just a little bit of wrestling. That's it. Thank you, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Come back next Friday when we wrap this up. They're going to get through the forest, or they'll walk off the path. We'll find out. And then they will come up. I'm going to just ask if you leave the path, and you might leave it. You might be motivated to leave it, and then you don't know what's in the forest. I'm just going to ask 3 times. Do you leave the path? And then you'll say, yeah, this time we'll just leave the path. You seem skeptical. We'll see. And then you will come upon the fire dungeon. My friends, thank you very much. Thank you to this cast, and all of the love to you all. And we will catch you on the flip side. Bye, everyone.